thine heart, and lean not to thy own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Trust in the Lord with all of thine heart, and lean not to thy own understanding. Oh, in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. And he shall direct thy path. And he shall direct thy path. Hallelujah. Come on and give the Lord a hallelujah praise. None of us had to wake up this morning, so the mere fact that you are here, shout a hallelujah praise. Amen.
So now we'll be going into our scripture reading for today, which is Jeremiah 18. I will be reading from verse 1 through to verse 10. The word which came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, Arise, and go to the potter's house, and there I will cause thee to hear my words. Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he wrought a work on the wheels. And the vessel that he made of clay was marred in the hand of the potter. So he made it again another vessel, as seemed good to the potter to make it. Then the word of the Lord came to me, saying, O house of Israel, cannot I do with you as this potter? Said the Lord. Behold, as the clay is in the potter's hand, so are ye in my hand, O house of Israel. At that instant I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to pluck up and to pluck down, and to destroy it. If that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to them to do. And at that instant I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to build and to plant it. 10 verse and ending. If it do evil in my sight, that it obey not my voice, then I will repent of the good, whereat I said I would benefit them. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God. Whisper a prayer in the morning, whisper a prayer at noon, whisper a prayer in the evening, so keep your hearts in tune. God answers prayer in the morning, God answers prayer at noon, God answers prayer in the evening, so keep your hearts in tune. For a prayer in the morning, whisper a prayer at noon, whisper a prayer in the evening, so keep your hearts in tune. Continue to hum the song while I pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, I thank you.
Thank you for your presence that never leaves us. Thank you for your presence, mighty God, that continue to make itself known in the atmosphere. Father, I pray, Lord, that as we continue today, as we start, mighty God, today's proceedings with this seminar, Father, I place it in your hands. Lord, I pray that you will have your way in this atmosphere. Father, I pray, mighty God, that every plan that the enemy has against this seminar, it will not come to pass. Father, I pray for your anointing and coverage over each and every person in this room, over each and every person that is a part of this seminar, and each and every person on this campus. Father, I pray that you will cover us, mighty God, from the crown of our heads to the sole of our feet. Father, I pray, Lord Jesus, that your will be done. I pray, Lord God, that you will guide each and every one of us, that you will guide today's proceedings, and we leave it all in your control. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. And this concludes our devotion, and we will now hand over to Mrs. Harris Burrell. Oh, sorry. We now hand over to the moderator.
That means he's outside. Senator, the Honorable Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, Minister of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information. Dr. Mark Smith, JP, President, Jamaica Teachers Association. Miss Nadine Malloy, JP, Interim Principal, Shortwood Teachers College. Mr. Leighton Johnson, JP, Immediate Past President, the Jamaica Teachers Association. Mr. Clayton Hall, Deputy Secretary General, Jamaica Teachers Association. Specially invited guests, participants, teachers, students, staff of the Shortwood Teachers College, good morning. It is such a joy for us of the Special Education Committee, the Special Education family, to have worked with the Shortwood Teachers College in hosting this inaugural seminar for special educators. This is the first of many to come. We are guided by the theme awareness to advocacy, leading the change through teacher preparation. As educators, we must always be a step or two ahead of our students. Is that so? And so we have deemed it very important to ensure that you are confident and confidently prepared to help these children be the best self, to add value to their lives. These individuals who are in need of special care, they look forward to us to help them not only just to read and to write, but to also reposition them in this society, in this world, to empower them, to give them that drive to say, yes, you are valued. And so, teachers, this morning, I congratulate all of you who deemed it important to be in this room. At this point in time, I now invite the interim principal of this institution, Miss Nadine Malloy, JP, to welcome us and to bring her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, my sister and friend, Mrs. Jacqueline Hendricks White, the chairman of the Special Education Committee of the JTA, and just an all-around awesome person. This morning, please allow me to greet our minister, Senator the Honorable Dr. Dana Dixon Morrison, and Morris Dixon. I'm a little dyslexic, so I have a good place in the seminar today. I understand our JTA president is on the outside, Dr. Mark Smith, a very good colleague of mine. There are other colleagues from the JTA. I think I saw Mrs. Gordon, Annette Gordon, one of our administrators. And I'm keeping it a little informal as I go along. When I was president at JTA, Dr. Williams, I was running up the steps one day to go to a function, and I left the bottom of my shoes behind. You understand what happened there. And Annette was at the top of the steps, and she immediately stepped out of her shoes and gave them to me, and I continued to my function. Wow. And people would not have known. Wow. So the JTA family, and of course, closer to home, our lecturers, vice principals, all members of staff here at Shortwood, not just the academic members of staff, there are admin members and ancillary members who are here as well. And of course, who means the most to me? My students, yes. I greet you all very well this morning. And I want to welcome those of you who are visitors to Shortwood Teachers College. Those of you who are past students, please stand so we can acknowledge you. Welcome home. Welcome home. Not all of us were as privileged to come here. Some of us get a chance to teach here, so we become honorary Shortwoodites, yes. So this morning, it is indeed my pleasure to acknowledge the work of the planning committee, which came out of, I don't know, happenstance, necessity. Any of those words could describe what brought us to this place this morning. Mrs. Rochelle Harris-Burrell from the Professional Services Department. I'm not sure how many persons were involved in that. Minister, she approached me to do a special education seminar. I didn't even look at all of the details very well. I hear somebody want to do something and I'm facilitating it. So I said yes. And we started the planning. And then I got word from JTA that we're struggling over here. We need some support. And immediately I said yes, and then decided to figure out how that was going to work. So we've had a few hiccups along the way. But for me, it was being responsive. Being responsive to a need, being responsive to people being creative, being responsive to people wanting to do something different, people wanting to step outside of the box and to make a difference. And so we have come together as the Jamaica Teachers Association and Shortwood Teachers College to share with you over the next few hours a elements of special education and how we can make that work better. We are doing this in a context, ladies and gentlemen, of a significant teacher shortage across the globe, which is adversely affecting Jamaica, perhaps more than many other countries. I understand that the only other country that seems to have the same kinds of percentages shortage that we have in terms of global north countries taking teachers from us is the Philippines. The world needs 44 million teachers. 44 million teachers the world needs. Every one of you sitting in front of me here now, you are prime material, if I may put it that way, because the world needs you. I want to encourage you, whether you are already in the classroom or you are my beloved pre-service teachers here, to think very carefully about how you plan your career. Think very carefully about where the future of jobs are going. What are the skills that you as teachers will need to get for yourself, to hone and own for yourselves, so that you can prepare students for the world that we are getting into? Won't get into some of those skills now, but the landscape has changed, and you will need to be a different kind of teacher. You will need to be a different kind of educator, because the world is demanding different things of us now. So I want you to take that on, the kinds of skills that you need. Yes, we are operating in a low funding environment. We're not a rich country. And even though we keep asking for more, we also know, because we're administrators, we also know that there is not enough to go around the way we would like it to go around. But you have to purpose in your hearts, wherever you are, to make whatever it that we are able to give you as administrators, that the ministry is able to give us, to make it go even further. It speaks to a deeper commitment. So as we go through this partnership today, and as we talk about special education, which I believe more than half of us are special, let us be engaged. Let us be purposeful in our hearts that we are going to make a difference. You're going to make a commitment, one that I have made over the years, where anywhere I pass through, any job that I get to do, I approach it thinking and acting that I am going to leave it a little better than I found it. So welcome, have an awesome day, and congratulations again, Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal. Colleagues, let us give her. She welcomed us, and I am feeling at home. I am feeling ready now. Thank you so much, Creator. And so, Madam Malloy, we thank you for that remarks. This conference planning, it taught us many things. I'm going to be inviting my right hand, Mrs. Rochelle Harris Burrell. Yeah, yes. Wonderful, wonderful lady. And so at this point, we should be doing the overview of this seminar. The JTA Special Education Committee, under the mandate of JTA's President, Dr. Mark Smith, has partnered with Shortwood Teachers College to host this seminar in celebration of the work and worth of special educators. This collaboration reflects a shared commitment to valuing special educators while equipping pre-service and in-service general educators with the resources and the skills needed to support students with diverse learning needs. This seminar is a call to action, encouraging pre-service and in-service educators to move beyond awareness and become active advocates for change. Through this JTA STC partnership, we are building a community that honors the contributions of special educators while ensuring that all teachers feel empowered and prepared to create inclusive classrooms.
Good morning, everyone. Our objectives for this conference, it's really to recognize the work of our special educators. We want to acknowledge their invaluable contributions to special education because we know they work tirelessly to support students with special needs. We want to highlight the importance of early intervention, and through this we have a Shortwood display of ideas of how you can set up your classroom to prepare educators and also to encourage inclusivity in the classroom. We also want to facilitate collaboration and networking among key stakeholders to encourage cross-sector collaboration. We want to engage policymakers, we want to engage parents, educators, psychologists, and the various advocacy groups to engage in building more awareness about special education, enhancing the support system for students with special needs, because this is an important aspect of education. So may this seminar serve as a celebration of our special educators as we look forward to a day of empowerment, collaboration, and inspiration for both in-service and pre-service educators. Thank you for taking the time to be part of this revolutionary initiative, shifting towards true inclusive classroom. Have a wonderful day.
A bigger clap for that, man. A bigger clap. So we are shifting things to ensure that our students are better prepared to meet the future. Today's a birthday. It's the birthday of our conferences, that for special educators. Colleagues, it's now time for us to be greeted by the President of the Jamaica Teachers Association, Dr. Mark Smith, JP.
Senator, the Honorable Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, Minister of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Ms. Nadine Malloy, Interim Principal of the Shortwood Teachers College, other distinguished members present, the remarkable special education teachers that are here, put your hands together for them. Other educators, principals, and of course the awesome Shortwood family that are here now with us. Put your hands together for them. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to be here this morning with you and all the exhibitors. It is, of course, a wonderful opportunity for us to reflect on what I think is one of the underserved areas in our education system. When we look in education, we often teach a lot to the middle. So those children, if you look at a bell curve, and you look at a lot of what we teach you, so children who are exceptionalities, for instance, you tend to find that they are underserved in our system, and those that require special support, they also are underserved. But I'm happy to have the Minister of Education here. Put your hands together for her. She was kind enough to be our keynote speaker. I think she did an extra round of applause for that one. I bring warm greetings on behalf of the Jamaica Teachers Association, but it's very important to have our minister endorse such an event, to have the Ministry of Education, who I know for many years has been doing work and expanding their reach and impact as it relates to special needs. But it is critical that we understand as a society that we have to create the context in which we are able to support all our people, irrespective of what special needs they have or don't have. It is important that all Jamaicans, we can't build an education system that only allows a small number to succeed. And one of the things I've been very adamant about in my pronouncements is the need for us to engage in a process of decolonizing our education system. And what that means is to confront many of the vestiges of the past, some of those challenges that we have faced, that we have often stuck to some of the orthodoxies of our former colonial leaders. In fact, when it is that we had an opportunity to create our own education system and chart our own course, what we did was to go ahead and develop a system that was in the shadow of our former colonial leaders. I think as a country that has suffered much from colonialism, it is time for us to forge a new path, a new way. And that is why I'm so excited when I stand here today and I look around, and a lot of the people who are here look a lot like me. And so we have to have a commitment, because as you go through the country and across this amazing island, you're going to meet children who look to you to make a difference in their lives. And I often tell teachers that you are not just a dispenser of information, you're a social entrepreneur. You're what I call a poverty abolitionist. Your job is to free people from poverty, and that happens through education. In fact, if you look at the 20th century, it has not been political ideologies that has changed fundamentally the quality of people's lives. It has really been access to free public education or universal education, especially at the primary and secondary level, that has unleashed what I consider the latent potential of our population. And that is true across the world. But in a modern era, we're in a constant state of flux. And we're required to consistently find creative and innovative ways. And I know the minister is deeply committed to ensuring that there is substantial contributions and funding available towards empowering individuals who have a desire to engage in the field of special education. I think we want to incentivize people to want to come into the profession, particularly in underserved areas. But also, generally in education, we need to expand funding. And that's why I'm seizing the opportunity this morning to announce that the Jamaica Teachers Association will be embarking on a remarkable and historic partnership with Education International, which is a global body for unions, to launch a Go Public funding campaign. And that campaign will seek to bring in and really draw a lot of public attention to education and the need for us to improve the funding model that we use and to drastically increase the funding to education. Because let me make it absolute, and we can clap for that one, yeah? Let me make it absolutely clear that there is no future for this country if we continue to invest at the rates we are doing it. We need to rethink the model that we're using, because we have to get everybody involved in this. And what we require is a national movement towards ensuring that every single child, we see their potential, we see the ability to make an impact on this world. Yeah, so nobody is left behind. The type of education I'm talking about is not one where we talk about everybody having a doctorate. That's great if you want one. We're talking about an education that no matter where you are in life, you feel empowered by the education you have received. And so if that requires specialized care, that is what we must be committed to do as a country. One of the other things I talk about is the need for us to take the opportunity to also ensure that we teach character education. One of the things I've championed a lot is this idea that you cannot just give people great knowledge without ensuring that we instill a moral compass. And a moral compass that points in the right direction. Otherwise, what we have created are clever devils. People who use the knowledge they need only for self-serving means. So we need to rethink this education that we need in Jamaica. One that I think it falls within what I'd consider a part of our existential plan to ensure that we are able to be sustainable as a country. And so it is with great excitement that I stand here and I bring greetings to you on behalf of the 20,000 members of the JTA. And I have had the privilege of only meeting two types of teachers in this country, this remarkable island. You know the two types of teachers those are? One, those who are JTA members, and two, those who are about to become JTA members. Yeah? And so I want to take the opportunity, especially, of course, thank our chair, Ms. Jacqueline Hendricks, for her remark. Give her a big round of applause. She and the committee, they have been working overtime. And of course, our amazing partners in Ms. Nadine Malloy and the Shortwood family. Give them also a big round of applause for coming on board, making this happen. And I know that there will be much to learn today, but information that I hope will not just reside within the corridors of your mind, but will be used towards transforming the landscape of Jamaica and ensuring that no matter where a child is along their developmental journey, no matter what challenges they encounter, that we will use the information here to empower them and help them to overcome and become everything God wishes them to be. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Join us as we join EI for the GoFundMe, Go Public funding for education. And you were told the best place to be or the best group to be a part of is the JTA. And if you are not, the opportunity stands your way today to become a member, a full member or an associate member of this august body. At this time, we should be entertained by the License Center of Excellence, the school that caters to students who are intellectually challenged. However, they seem to be otherwise challenged this morning. I want to say thanks to our interpreters who are here to ensure that no one is left out. And so at this point in time, I am now going to be inviting a member of the Special Education Committee, Miss Simone White, to introduce our keynote speaker for the morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mrs. Jacqueline Hendricks-White, Chair of the Special Education Committee of the Jamaica Teachers Association, Ms. Rochelle Harris-Burrell, Head of the Department of Professional Service at Shortwood Teachers College, Minister Dr. the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon, President of the Jamaica Teacher Association, Dr. Mark Smith, Interim Principal, Mrs. Nadine Malloy, ladies and gentlemen and invited guests, staff and students of the Shortwood Teachers College, good morning. Senator Dr. the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon is the Minister of Education, Youth. Let me go. Senator Dana Morris. Sorry, let me calm down. All right. Senator Dr. the Honorable Dana Morris Dixon is the Minister for Education, Skills, Youth, and Information as of October 30th, 2024. Dr. Dixon is a 2004 Fulbright Scholar and an alumna of the University of the West Indies, where she completed her BS in Economics, First Class Honors, and MSc Government Distinction. She's also a graduate of Joseph Corbell School of International Studies, where she completed a PhD in International Studies, as well as the executive program of the Harvard Business School. We are honored to welcome and congratulate the new Minister of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information, who is joining us as the keynote speaker for today's special education seminar under the theme, Awareness to Advocacy, Leading the Change Through Action. As we congratulate you, we anticipate your visionary and inspiring leadership for the sector. Your commitment to fostering inclusive education and empowering educators to create a more equitable learning environment is crucial in shaping the future of our students. We look forward to your insights and leadership as we continue to advocate for change and progress in education. Thank you for your dedication, and we are grateful to have you with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, I now give you the Honorable Dr. Dana Morris Dixon.
Good morning. I obviously have to acknowledge some people. The wonderful Master of Ceremony, Mrs. Jacqueline Hendricks White, Dr. Mark Smith, the President of the Jamaica Teachers Association. I know Mr. Clayton Hall, the Deputy General Secretary, is supposed to be here soon. Other JTA representatives who are here. Miss Nadine Malloy, the President, not interim anymore, she's President of the Shortwood Teachers College. I'm announcing it. I signed the paper, so I know. Congratulations. I'm happy to be able to say that here at Shortwood Teachers College. I'm sorry to surprise her. She doesn't know I was going to do that. All the teachers, educators, and administrators who are here, or parents who may be here, students who are here, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again to you all. And it's a good morning, isn't it? With that announcement. And I will tell you that I was not supposed to be able to be here this morning. I have to be at Parliament today. But when two people call you, and it's these two people who are up here, when they both call you and say you need to be at this event, you say yes. So I have to publicly thank the JTA president, and I hope for all of you who are emerging teachers that you look at him as a great example of what a teacher is. And he is an exemplary leader. He sends me periodically, very often I should say, studies and articles on education, on the future of education. And I think that says a lot about him. It says a lot about where he is thinking. It says a lot about where the JTA is thinking. and I appreciate him. And that's why I see the JTA more and more as a central partner to me personally in what I am trying to do. And so I thank him. And of course, he asked, and I said yes. And then Ms. Malloy asked, she called and said, we're doing this at Shortwood Teachers College. You really should come, and it's on special education. And, I said, well, two of the most exemplary principals we've had in our education system asking me to do something, I have to say yes. And so that's why I'm here this morning, and excuse me that I can't stay the whole day with you because I really wanted to learn, because I do have to leave. But I'm very, very glad to be here, and I'm glad that both of them asked me to be here. So why am I leaving you early? Let me give you a Minister of Information, so I'm gonna use a little time to tell you something. Do you see this big book? Do you know what it is? Good, you have some good eyesight in here. I can't. I couldn't see it from down there. So this is our estimates of expenditure. So this has every single ministry in here. And you notice how small it is, and it's big. So it has all of the money that's allocated to every ministry, all of the line items. And as a ministry, you can't spend anything unless it's in this book. So when people are saying, oh, you should just spend more on this or spend more on that, we're actually constrained by this. So what's happening today and tomorrow in Parliament is that every single minister has to go before Parliament and explain how they're going to spend the money that's been allocated, answer questions, why isn't there more allocation towards special needs, for example? Or why isn't there more allocation to that? So I'm going to be grilled about the education budget. And so all the questions will come, and you see the flags and stuff is for the education section of the budget. And so that's why I'm leaving you. Not because I want to, but you also need to understand this big book. And it seems very far away, but it has implications. This is what tells us what we are going to be spending on as a country. So every single ministry is in here. And then you have this one, which I have to answer on to. And this is the one for public bodies. So those who are not like central ministries. So for example, Heart would fall in this. And so you have to defend the spending in this. And see, Heart is here. This is the Heart section and the budget for Heart, which I'll have to defend also because it falls under my portfolio. And then there's also the office, the overseas examination council. That's also under my portfolio. So I have to go and defend the budget for those. And of course, I'm going to beg for more. I don't know that I'm going to get more, but I'm going to beg. And hopefully you'll support me in that begging. So it's important that we understand this. And as the president had said, shining more of a light on how much we spend in education is really important. And this work that's being done over the next 2 days is really central in terms of how our country spends our money. And so that's on this. And I'll move on to why I am here, why I'm here to speak to you. And of course, I have to thank the organizers. Thank you for this. Thank you for organizing it. It's very well organized. And I'm especially happy to see the students of Shortwood Teachers College. And I know you're all very special because I've had experience with 2 students from this school. And they agreed to help me with my children and to provide extra classes. This was several years ago. They would come by, and in the evening, I don't live far from here, they'd walk to me and they would spend time teaching my children. And I got to know them really well. And I realized that they were just exemplary young people. And they'd bring their friends sometimes. So I got to meet a lot of the students. So I know what you're doing here is spectacular. You're in a great institution. You're in an institution that is preparing you to do big things. And so when I see you all here, I am happy because of my experience with students who came through these halls. I know how good you all are. And so I look forward to welcoming you into the teaching profession when you are finished with your studies. And I know you're going to make excellent teachers. I have no doubt. So Jamaica has long recognized the right to education for all students, regardless of ability or circumstances. Our guiding philosophy reflected in the National Shared Vision for Education, which we all know, states, every child can learn, every child must learn. We have all heard those words before. They're heavy and meaningful. However, for some, those words may ring hollow. Yes, we have made significant strides in supporting students with special needs. Our commitment to inclusive education is anchored in legislation such as the Education Act and our obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. But while progress has been made, we must acknowledge the significant challenges. The needs are great, and many have not been met. For too many children with special needs, the education system has not always provided them with the support they deserve. Long before I became Minister of Education, I have 2 children with varying degrees of special needs, one with very severe special needs, one with ADHD. So I've been in the system, and I have seen the problems in the system. I have spoken to other parents because I'm at a school with special needs children, and I understand how depressing it can be when you have conversations with these parents. When their children have all of these needs, they need occupational therapy, they need speech therapy, they need a whole heap of different therapies, and they're not cheap. And it's hard to get into those therapies. I remember wanting speech therapy for one of my children, and I was told, I can put you on the list, but it's 2 years. I'm going to wait in order to get access to that service. And I had to go online and try to find some stuff online and try to do my own thing. This is how you pronounce that word. Let's try this sound. So I understand it, and the needs are really, really great. And that's why I'm happy that we're being open and talking about this. Now consider this, the 2022-23 school census found that while between 40,000 to 61,000 students in Jamaica may have disabilities, only 6,000 students with reported disabilities were identified in the general education system, and only 3,700 students were enrolled in special education schools. I'm not about prettying things up. I think we have to speak with the facts, and we need to fix the things as we see them. I know often in Jamaica we like to pretty things up, but we have to be honest with ourselves. We have limited resources, yes, but we have to be honest about what are the problems, because if you're not, then you can't start solving them if you are not honest with yourself. And so I'm standing here, and usually you'd come with all of the nice things we've done, and I will tell you what we've done. But we have to start with the facts that even though we've done a lot, we still have a whole heap more to do. And if you look at some of the studies that are there globally, for example, on autism or children on the spectrum, there are some studies that say 1 in 30 children will be on the spectrum. And if you think about our classrooms today, which are usually over 30 each class, you're going to have 1 or 2 children in your class with special needs. It's inevitable. So even for those of you who are not studying special education or going to go in that field, you are going to be a special education practitioner because they're going to be in your class. And so this is something we have to look at. And the studies show that these numbers have increased over time. We don't know why. Because I remember when I was in school, there wasn't this much discussion around autism. Part of it could be not diagnosed, or it could be that the numbers have really increased tremendously. And most of the studies show that it is something that is happening around the world that is leading to this phenomenon. So we expect it to get worse. And so we have to do things like this seminar, where we're honestly talking about what we can do. And I heard Ms. Malloy's talk about be creative with the resources we have. This problem is not going away. So this huge gap we have in Jamaica in identification of children with special needs highlights the urgent need for more robust diagnostic intervention and support systems in our education sector. Yes, we have established 2 diagnostic centers which provide early assessments and interventions for children who need them most. These 2 are not enough. There are chronic delays at these institutions due to oversubscription. Obviously, the numbers are going up. I had to go on a waiting list just to get a diagnosis. And then when you finish doing the diagnosis, you have to wait for months to get the report, right? So it's obviously a struggle, and too many families have to struggle to access the resources that are there. And too many of our teachers lack the training and support to manage these diverse classrooms effectively. We know that early intervention changes lives, yet many of our students do not receive assessments until they're well into their school years. These realities are what we must change. Now, I am committed to improving the current state of special education, and a part of it is I'm obviously a vested interest. Yes. I have a child, well, 2 of them, one more severe than the other, but the more severe one, I want her to be able to feel like she can one day work somewhere. She can one day be something in this country. But it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort. And there's so many parents. I remember once I was speaking to a parent of a child who was had severe special needs, was nonverbal, had behavioral issues and so on. And I said, "What's your plan?" And she said, "Oh, I'm building a room at the back of the house to put him in." That pained me. This is long before I became a minister of education. This is before I even thought I would become a minister of anything. And I said, no, we have to do better than that. You can't just lock away the child in a room. That cannot be our solution. And so we have a lot of work to do in the schools, in our business places, to make them conducive for people who have disabilities and those with special needs. They can do more than just be locked up in a room and locked away from society. I tell you, one of the nice things for me to do is to go with one of my girls. And she has a best friend who has cerebral palsy. But they are, even with their special needs, they're very fancy people. So for one of the birthdays, they wanted to go to AC Hotel for dinner. And I took them to AC Hotel for dinner. And everybody was looking at them. You know, many people are like, oh my gosh, why are these people in our environment? You know, you're not used to seeing that. You're not used to seeing the drooling and all of those issues. But it's important that we do that. We can't hide them away. They're a part of society, and the more we do that, and I say to parents, take the children out. There are going to be stares. There are going to be people saying, oh, they can't control their children, or why they bring them out like this. But it's important that people see them and see them as other human beings. And hiding the children away does not help at all. And so we have to do what we can to say to Jamaica, there are lots of children with autism here. There are lots of children with cerebral palsy here. There are lots of children with Down syndrome. There are lots of children with other disabilities here. And guess what? They can contribute to our country, and they're just as important as the other children. And that's what today is about, I think. And that's why when these 2 lovely people asked me to come, I come. Because this is really the kind of conversation I want us to have. We don't really talk about it in Jamaica. So hopefully our media friends do pick it up and carry on the discussions. This year, we will begin to take some bold steps towards strengthening special education. aligning our efforts with a new special education policy. And I have to thank the Honorable Favor Williams, who's my predecessor, for driving the development of this special needs policy. The policy-making process in Jamaica is long and tedious. It involves years of research, consultation, and review. We love to talk. But finally, we do have a new special needs policy. And in terms of what's in there, it's grounded in access, equity, and relevance. It's designed to ensure early identification and intervention for students with special needs. And so the ECC has a mandate to focus a lot more on our early childhood institutions and identifying the special needs as early as we can. That's their mandate. So in terms of other things in the policy, it focuses on strengthening teacher training to equip educators with inclusive teaching skills, because we're going to need it. I told you the numbers are going up. You are going to have special needs children in your class. You're going to have children with ADHD in your class who are disrupting the class. And you need to understand how to treat with them, because some of them are very brilliant. When some people who come to me who are like big executives in organizations and they tell me they have ADHD, I'm like, wow, that's fantastic. They just need to be, the energy needs to be channeled. And so we have to work with our educators, and that's why I'm so happy you're doing this today. We have to expand diagnostic and support services across all levels of education, and we have to promote legislative support through the Disabilities Act of 2014 to protect the rights of children with special needs. And as a part of all of this, we're looking to develop new regional student assessment and support teams to strengthen early screening and intervention. So in the regions, we'll have that focus. We're investing in professional development for teachers to ensure all educators are prepared to meet the needs of exceptional learners. We're looking to expand resources for assistive technologies in schools, including braille readers and communication aid for students with visual and hearing impairments. We're working to begin the implementation of Jamaica's special education policy, which will be a landmark in our country's education system. It's important. This policy will establish clear guidelines to support children with special needs, ensuring they receive accommodations, assistive technologies, and the individualized instruction they required. We're also obviously aligning everything with the Disabilities Act. It speaks very much to policy to interventions at the primary level. It mandates that all primary schools integrate inclusive learning strategies and provide targeted interventions for students with learning disabilities, behavioral challenges, and developmental delays. Now, the good thing is when you put it in the policy, it becomes a record of the government. This is our policy. So we have to do it, and we have to find the money in the big book to do it. And so policy, you have to see the importance of the policy, because the policy sets the framework for our education system, and then that's where you put the money according to what you've articulated as the policy framework for the country. Beyond policy, we're already making some investments. Last fiscal year, we increased funding for special education programs. We had 338 new special education needs assistants, which we usually call them shadows. They've been deployed in the system. This brings the total number to 759 shadows working across all regions. We need more. The salary was increased. I mean, it was a paltry $40,000 for these shadows and the key work that they did. And it was increased to $60,000, and we have to keep looking at how we can increase and support them, because they do provide really, really good work. Furthermore, we're working to expand the number of trained special education teachers in our schools. And I know when I went to the graduation at UWI last year, I was looking at all of the schools, and the thing that I looked for the most was how many special education teachers were we graduating, and it wasn't enough. I didn't see enough. And so looking at the incentives around that is key. We've already said to UWI, because the government funds the University of the West Indies, that we need you to focus on the areas of special needs. We need you to be putting out more speech therapists. We need more of them. We need more of the occupational therapists. So we've actually started a conversation with UWI, saying to them that you have to be aligned with government policy. So who you're training and what you're training needs to be aligned with where we're going, and special needs is a priority, so you have to do that. In terms of the new Special Education Diagnostic Center, I'm very pleased to tell you that at the College of Agricultural Science and Education case in Portland, we are currently establishing a new Special Education Diagnostic Center. And that's important, because when you have a child, and children with special needs live all over the country, and for the parents to have to travel into Kingston, it's really hard for a lot of them. And so we're doing this in Portland to expand access. And as at February 2025, February 28, when they gave me the report, the diagnostic center at Case is 60% completed and is expected to be finalized in the coming financial year. An allocation of $180 million is in the big book. When you look in there, there's a $180 million earmarked for this undertaking. So the money is there for us to finish that diagnostic center, and I'm very happy about that. See why you must know what's in the big book? Upon completion, the center will be furnished and equipped to provide comprehensive diagnostic services to children across the region. This will represent the fulfillment of a decade-old promise to establish 3 diagnostic centers across Jamaica. If you look at the Ramps in School program, that's another one. For the 24-25 school year, 7 schools have been prioritized for accessibility enhancement, including the construction of ramps and handrails and retrofitting of door openings and sanitary facilities. Now, some people ask me, why don't we do it for all schools? Eventually, that's where we want to be. But given the budget constraints, what we've done is to try to do it systematically. So each year, there is a survey sent out to the grade 6 schools. And we find out, how many students have disabilities. And we look at where those students will be going to school. And so when we do the RAMP program in schools, it aligns back to where the children will be going. So it's not just, we didn't just pick schools. Okay, we're gonna put a ramp here, a ramp there. No, it's schools where we knew children would be going and needed the ramps. And so each year, I'm expecting over time everybody would have been served. But the way we're doing it now is just doing it based on where the children with disabilities are going. And infrastructure is just one element of the response. At the heart of today's discussion is teacher preparation. Educators are the backbone of any successful education system, and of course, any special education framework. Without skilled teachers, no policy can succeed. That is why teacher training must be strengthened. Currently, special education modules are included in some teacher training programs, but we have to do more. Our goal is to ensure that every teacher receives specialized training in managing diverse learning needs. Our goal with respect to teacher training can be summarized into one sentence. All teachers are teachers of children with special educational needs. All of you. I know the role of teachers is vital. The power you hold in shaping the future of Jamaica's children is immeasurable. We're committed to expanding our early stimulation program to provide earlier screening and targeted support for children with developmental delays. The research shows time and time again that children who receive interventions in their early years perform better academically and socially. We also plan to increase the number of specialists, the speech therapists, the occupational therapists, and special educators, which is why we're having those conversations that we have. But beyond the government's effort, this must be a collective movement. Advocacy starts with all of us, our teachers, our parents, our policymakers, our community members. Parents must be equipped with the knowledge to seek early interventions. Schools must be structured to accommodate diverse learners, and our entire society must embrace the idea that every child, regardless of their challenges, deserves an opportunity to feel included and to succeed. I had a mother recently come and tell me that her child had a touch of autism. I had to ask, what does that mean? And it wasn't autism. The child had a touch of artism. We also need to educate our parents. A lot of our parents don't understand what's happening with their children, don't understand that the child is not just bad, that they are struggling, and that they need the love and support. They may not be like the other children, but nothing is wrong with them. So today, I have a few asks to our teachers here today. Please continue to be champions for your students. Advocate for their needs, educate your peers, and yes, push me and everybody else for the resources necessary to support inclusive education. Policies must be rooted in data. I need to learn and lean on your insights. I don't know everything. Your theme speaks to advocacy. This seminar is an excellent opportunity for you to compile your insights and provide a thoughtful position paper to give guidance to the ministry and to me as a solid expression of advocacy. We definitely don't have all the answers. We will have to rely on you to make the best decisions. So I need you to put together what you've done here today. Send me something coming out of this seminar. Tell me what your recommendations are so that I can use them and I can work them in, so the next time the big book come out, some of your ideas can be funded as a part of it. So today is not just about policy. Today is very much about the future of our nation. Education is the great equalizer, but only when it is truly accessible to all. Every child in Jamaica, no matter their challenges, deserves a fair chance at education, success, and a fulfilling life. Jamaica succeeds when we all have an opportunity to succeed. The government is committed to improving special education through policy reforms, increased funding, expanded training for educators, and the development of critical infrastructure like diagnostic centers and the ramps in school program to give every student that opportunity for success. While this seminar is an exchange of ideas, it has to be a platform for action. As minister, I tell you I am listening, and I am committed to incorporating what you give me, your experiences, your recommendations into how we shape the future of special education in Jamaica. Let us not just be aware of the challenges, let us be advocates for change. And I truly believe that together we can be that change for so many of our students who need it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Senator. The Honorable Dr. Dana Morris Dixon. Lovely package, wasn't it? The best speaker for this inaugural seminar. What do you think? And she gave us hope. I felt as if I'm in the right sector, special education. But what resonates with me most? She's ensuring that there is increased funding. That is what we need. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Excellence Band. All these students are intellectually challenged. And so, can I give him, come for this one, Jason.
Hello. Hi. Hi. No, my perform well for time, but me never go again. Oh. Me know my perform well for time, but me never go against so much people. See, me never ready. We there, we are the lesser, we there, we there, excellence band, we there. Oh, we are the lesser, we there. Oh, we are the lesser, we there. Tell her try your best just to make it quick. Boom, attend to the sick. Cause there must be something she can do. Tell her it's a case of emergency. There's a patient by the name of Jason. Night nurse, only you alone can quench this curse. Night nurse, all the pain is getting worse. You shelter me from harm, keep me warm, keep me warm. You gave your life to me, set me free, set me free. Of all the years I had with you,
for all my years I had with you. I would give everything I own, give you my life, my heart, my home. I would give everything I own just to have you back again. Just to have you back again.
With a little more patience, with a little more funding, our special needs students will shine. Shine like a diamond. And so, we thank the Excellence Band for entertaining us this morning. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be inviting Miss Marche Latchman, a third-year early childhood student of this institution, to express gratitude to the minister.
Morning. Senator, the Honorable Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, Minister of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information. On behalf of the Shortwood family, we extend our sincere gratitude for your presence and your invaluable insights you have shared with us today. Your words have been both inspiring and thought-provoking, reminding us of the critical role we play in shaping the future through education and the importance of teacher preparedness. You have given us so much to think about, but two key takeaways from your speech have deeply resonated with us. To be creative with the limited resources we have in the classroom, to enable children and to positively impact their lives. We also appreciate your knowledge and we appreciate your vision and advocacy to improve the remuneration and other conditions for individuals working with children with special needs. These points challenge us to not only reflect, but to take meaningful action within our academic and professional journeys. As we move forward, we're committed to putting all that we have learned today into action, using them as a catalyst for innovation, growth, and meaningful change within our education system and society. Your dedication and vision continue to inspire us, and we deeply appreciate your time, wisdom, and unwavering support. Thank you once again, Minister, for your leadership and guidance.
We have a mercy. And we still have more goodies for you, Minister. Indeed, awareness to advocacy, leading the change through teacher preparation. When our teachers are prepared, our students will be even better prepared. And so, we're getting it right. Thank you so much. And we're going to bless that thought, Minister, and it shall be a reality. Indeed, we move along. We are on time, and you have been an excellent audience. Excellence is all about me this morning, and so just bear with me. At this point in time, we should be having an item by Miss Brittany Dwyer. Midaya, and this Shortwood Teachers College Choir. After which, we will have the vote of thanks for this official ceremony. It will be done by Dr. Latoya Reeves, the chairperson for the Early Childhood Committee of the JTA. And of course, after that, the band will give you another item which will take us into a 20 minutes break. During the break, feel free to view the exhibits, collect all you need to, and it's good to network. So pre-service, please to network with in-service, because together we can. What age is the student?
Good morning, class. Open up your books to the homework that was given.
Morning, Miss.
Shinini?
Yes, Miss.
Show me your homework.
Yes,
Open
Miss.
up the book and find the page.
See here.
What is this? Big grade 6 student like you? And you can't tell the difference from B and D? You should be ashamed of yourself. You're nothing but a big dunce. Good morning, class. Open up your books to the homework that was given. Shinini, show me your homework. Open.
Only if she understand me. Only if she understand me. Only if she understand me. Me sit in a class and a stare. Me not feel included in here. Fi ask a question, yes me fear, but guess what? Teacher no care. Me grab a book, me take a look. The letter them a say how we look, but me can't tell. Everything a dance and a jump. So me shut the book and throw a tantrum. But teacher, you fi know. Specific learning disability. You can't in a class and make fun after me. You not see the sign. You not see the signs them. You not see the signs. You not see the signs them. The handwriting. The problem for read the B and the D. Teacher the B and the D. No, me classmate them a laugh after me. This unfair. Teacher, you for care. You would have treated me better if me have coolie here. This unfair. Teacher, you for care. You would have treated me better if me have coolie here. Me never ever rude. Me don't give attitude. Me try to do my work even though I say me don'ts no bruise. This unfair. You know what? Better me walk and talk. Yeah, better me hide from class. Oh no, mommy would have beat me. But it better than fear get called down pitney. This unfair. Teacher, you for care. This unfair. Teacher, you for care. You would have treated me better if I have coolie here. To the future teacher them, make sure the career of your friend, because of me I gonna suffer in the end.
Night chills in plenty of cardboard houses, they sleep on the ground.
Our choice is how to respond. Red or rose with a dark orange. Listen to the voices crying to be free. Promise to be love and understanding. A better than a war. Heard it before. Listen to the voices crying to be free. Promise to be love and understanding. A better than a war. I've heard it before. People just laughing 'cause they've heard it before. People just laughing 'cause they've heard it before. Ooh, ooh.
Good morning, everyone. The conference opening session was poised with knowledge, entertainment, and a class of excellence. It is my task to move the vote of thanks to our senator in our absence for reminding us that the ministry is on task with making special education the forefront. To Dr. Mark Smith, the president of the Jamaica Teachers Association, an advocate for all. Thank you, sir. To Miss Nadine Malloy, principal of this noble institution, who never hesitated to collaborate with the Jamaica Teachers Association to host this conference. Miss Jacqueline Hendricks, the Special Education Chair of the Jamaica Teachers Association. She will remind you that she's a special ed student herself. She'll always remind us that. An advocate who eats, sleeps, and advocates for the rights and needs of all special educators and students. To Miss Simone Wright, you reminded us that our minister is of importance and we should push forward with any task we are assigned. To Miss Marsha Lichman, your expression of gratitude and your fellow students, we appreciate you for taking the task and doing so with diligence and poise in thanking our speaker. To the excellence band, they reminded us, and the young man reminded us, that we're there for stay. All you need to do is to create the avenue for special educators and special needs students. To the Shortwood Choir and Miss Dyer, you reminded us that with creativity, poise, and teamwork, you can achieve anything. Thank you all. Thank you very much for that item. Thank you very much, choir. You put your pieces together. You could hear the alto, the tenor, and the sopranos, and the bass, young man. Thank you very much. Everyone, thank you all for taking the time out to attend this special conference. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Reeves, and the band will take us into break. Did I say good morning to our family on social media? Good morning to all of them, and good morning to... Thank you to the Deaf Association for sending the interpreters for inclusion of our colleagues who are hearing impaired.
Hello again. I'm traumatized. No, I'm just remember. No. Wait, the reason why I didn't start 2 times, I just because I forget to start at the start. Okay? All right. Ready. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, na. Chatty, motamasi, mix up. Why you not love people business? As every love people business. Good God, I tell you about. Now see nigga, no see neighbor your place want fix up. Why you not love people business? Leave people business alone. Leave people business alone. Hey, I miss a one time people them used to say, for sweet nanny goat I go run in belly. So when me touching at the street, nobody see me. Grudge me feel me things and I tell people say you're gaming. Now, the can't looking at my face again. You know what, police be running at my place again. So watch on me, I tackle this car. No do it already, not gonna make you do it no more. Mr. Chatty Chatty, Mota Massy, mix up, joy and all of people business. Leave business alone. Leave people business alone. Leave people business alone. Leave people business alone. Manners.
Thank you so much, Jason. Thank you so much, Excellence Band. Colleagues, we have 15 to 18 minutes for a coffee break while we rearrange for the next segment, which will be a panel discussion, very interactive. So go ahead, Def Cam is around there with coffee, and refreshments are there for the teachers.
with extensive experience advocating for individuals with disability. Since 2015, Mr. Blake has served as an education officer for Braille operations in the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, promoting accessibility in education for visually impaired students. Next, we have Mrs. Brittany Singh Williams. Mrs. Williams is a certified ADHD coach, people development strategist, and organizational leader with over 12 years of experience in education, leadership, and personal growth. As a certified ADHD life coach and ICF associate certified coach, she specializes in executive function coaching and empowering individuals and families to reach their full potential. She's the founder of Sparks Education, the Caribbean's first ADHD community platform, which has supported over 350 families through coaching, educational webinars, and strategic intervention. Next, we have Dr. Avril Daly. She is a clinical psychologist and special educator with over 28 years of experience in private practice at contemporary assessment and counseling services. She provides psychological assessment, psychotherapy, and training for families and educators. Her expertise spans children, adolescents, and adult mental health with a strong focus on behavioral disorders, traumas, emotional intelligence, and social emotional learning. She has coordinated support groups for parents and children with behavioral challenges and is deeply committed to advocating for persons with disability. Next, we have Mr. Roman Robinson, and his face might look familiar to you because he is a past student of Shortwood Teachers College. He has over 3 years of teaching experience, and he has successfully guided students of varying abilities across multiple curricula, including the Ministry of Education Alternative Pathway to Secondary Education, as well as CXC Math and Additional Math, and K Pure Math. Roman is deeply committed to fostering critical thinking, problem solving, and 21st century skills in his students. Ladies and gentlemen, give the panelists a round of applause. Welcome them. Not last but not least, we have our moderator, who is also the head of the Professional Studies Department. Her name is Dr. Gail, and Dr. Gail, give me a minute. Hold on, give me a minute. Yes. Dr. Gail is committed to fostering a positive and engaging learning environment. She currently serves as the head of the Professional Studies Department at Shortwood Teachers College, where she seeks to mentor and guide both staff and students, providing opportunities for all to maximize their potential. Over the years, Dr. Gail has played a vital role in enhancing students' learning, utilizing technology-aided methodologies, and an approach that earned her an award from the Jamaica Teachers Council, and the skills she used in aiding the college transition to remote teaching during COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, I hand over to you, our moderator, Dr. Gail.
Thank you, Ms. Hines, and good morning, everyone. We agree that we have had a wonderful time thus far, and we're going to continue the conversation now. It is going to be a dialogue as we hear from our panelists, but also get an opportunity to field our questions, offer our own comments, As you should have realized by the discussions this morning, special education is not just a field. It is a movement. It is a commitment, and most importantly for us as educators, it is a responsibility. As educators, policymakers, and advocates, we carry the profound duty of ensuring that every child, regardless of ability, receives the education, support, and opportunity they deserve. But you notice in our theme, it's awareness to advocacy. So awareness alone is not enough. Understanding the challenges with students with disabilities face is just the first step. True change happens when we transform awareness into action, and that's what we're about today. So we now need to shift from recognizing the need for inclusion to actively building systems, training the teachers, and fostering the mindset for this inclusion to be possible. As you heard, this is the inaugural conference, and it's being held here at Shortwood Teachers College because we recognize that teacher preparation, or future teachers, or in-service teachers, they're at the heart of the transformation. And so every teacher has the potential to be an advocate, to be a change maker, and to be a leader in special education. The question we must ask ourselves today, are our teachers in training, are our in-service teachers equipped with the right tools, knowledge, and mindset to engage students with special needs and to truly lead this change? We've heard the profile of our esteemed panel, and I'm the least of the apostles here because they have spent many years in the field of special education. And so they're on the path of advocacy, but I want to take them back to awareness. When did you become aware that special education was the thing for you, where that passion, that fire ignited? Go back to probably that watershed moment that you had. And I'm going to start on my left and work my way around. When did you recognize that special education and special needs is where the heart is?
Well, I am an educator, and when I had my literal watershed moment was when I was called into a room at the UA hospital and said that your child has autism. It was a literal watershed moment because how could I, produce something that is not absolutely perfect, He looks like me, he walks like me, he talks like me. And so it was a literal watershed moment. But I went through the grieving process because it is not very nice to hear someone says that something is quote unquote wrong with your child. And so my watershed moment was at that point, but I, along with my village, I would call it, we snapped into action. And that is where and when I realized that there were a lot of gaps in the system. They have definitely improved, but my watershed moment was then, and then when I realized that my child, along with so many others, because you did not make yourself aware sometimes until sometimes it's on your doorstep. And so it being on my doorstep, I have now, at this point in my life, equipped myself to be an advocate for change and for the movement forward. So that was my watershed and my call to action.
Thank you, Ms. Banks, for sharing. Ms. Bennett?
Good morning, everyone. So for me, my moment was, I was at home one day watching the television and I saw a documentary came on about Special Olympics and how persons with disability can participate in the various sports. And so from then, I looked at it, and then there was a number on the television that came up, and I called. And the director was Del Henry at the time, and I was speaking with her, and she said, come, we're having a game on this Saturday. And so I went and was observing and looked and said, I'm out of children that came to the activity. And then I looked at from apart that, I started attending UE, and then I did my first degree in social work. And so part of it, you have to go out and visit persons, do your investigation. And upon that, when I go out, another set of adults with disability, there's just not enough intervention programs and so forth. And so for that now, when I did my research paper, actually did a research paper on working with persons with disability. And so while I'm doing my research, I started getting the information, and I was like, there was a need. And then when I started, because you know, when you do a research locally, you have to look at what is out there nationally, internationally. And when I looked out there, I said, and as you rightly said, it is a movement. And I looked at parents, how parents cope in a different situation. And then from then, I started throwing myself into it. And I realized that it's not a death sentence. It is something that if we put the right intervention, the right policy in place, it can work. And so I started working at Randolph Lopez School of Hope as a teacher's assistant. And then from there, I left there and went to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and I started work at the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. So within the ministry, there's a department that is called that. And then from there, I started looking at we looked at the national policy, the blue paper, for persons with disability. Look like persons with disability have a right to education, national life, whatever. And then we looked at it, and I also worked on the Disability Act as well to look at the policy, because it is a right as a citizen. Persons with disability is a citizen of this country, and therefore the government must hold accountable to ensure that proper intervention, proper system is put in place. And so from that time till now, I am there advocating in my own way, different ways. And I know if proper intervention within the educational system is put in place, it can work.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. Mr. Blake?
Okay. Morning, everybody. Okay, so my journey may be a little different from my two colleagues who have shared thus far. I was born with glaucoma, and at the age of 2, I did surgery. And surgery ended up in me being totally blind. And therefore, education for me would have had to be much different from what the typical child's experience is. So, my earliest exposure, for example, I probably would not have thought about it in the full extent of being special education, etc. But the reality is that education for me was different. You know, firstly attending the Salvation Army School for the Blind, and then I would have matriculated to Calabar High School, and then I would have done post-secondary education. So my experience would have included both learning in what we call a segregated setting, but also in a mainstream setting. And I think, you know, just to draw upon this mainstream experience, I hope will come in even more handy as we go on. But my awareness to get to the heart of what is being asked, I would have become now a lot more aware of special education. Maybe when I started attending university at UE, when I would have been exposed to a number of students with other disabilities. So it wasn't just now about blindness education. There were students who are deaf, we had students with ADHD, we had students with learning disabilities, you know. So that kind of opened my eyes. Also, you know, as like Mrs. Bennett, my first degree was in social work, so one of the courses we do is abnormal psychology. And I think now, nonetheless, you know, the full gamut of what special education entails might have really, my awareness of that might have really, I might have become fully aware when I started working in the special education unit where I had to now interact with all of these different types of special needs and disability areas and all of that. And I'll say, just to say, that my awareness, I would say it is still being built. So, you know, because as practitioners and as students of the discipline, we continue to learn. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Good morning, everyone. So my journey, I think, was on the job, and that's kind of how my eyes were opened up.
I got in, and I became a teacher of the deaf. I worked with the Jamaica Association for the Deaf preschool for 3 years, and there I started to meet children who, person was saying, this is what autism is. This is a child with autism. And I fell in love with that group, went on to pursue a degree in special ed to work with children who were multiple handicapping specialists at the time that it was called, and was fascinated with them. Moved to the Randolph Lopez School of Hope to exclusively work with children who were autistic. While doing my degree, though, I got interested in the fact that a lot of children with autism did not know how to play. And I love to play. I think play is something that we should all do. Young, old, in between, we should do it, and do it with the joy that brings us back to that childhood memory. So I did a study on teaching autistic children to play. And during that period, I decided that how can I get more of this, and realized now that I had to switch field to psychology because I wanted to become a play therapist, which I eventually did, and got my master's in clin psych, continue working, continue doing intervention programs. I work with Jamaica Association on Intellectual Disability on programs of going into the regular schools to teach the grade 1 students, because early intervention is key. Whenever a child is diagnosed at a young age, early intervention is key. I've seen the proof of it. I've seen children who seem to have been what they call severely autistic at 2, and by the time they get to 6 with the early intervention, they're almost where you have to look and say, what's different about this child? Because he just looks just like his typical peers. All right? And I work with programs like that to introduce the intervention to make sure it was there. And in trying to do other things, I ended up training teachers as well, because I know, shout out to all the students here who are my students from way across the pond. Even here at the Shortwood, they are my students, and I worked with them. And after 19 years of teacher training, I then decided it's time to focus mainly on mental health. Because the other thing I learned during my journey is that persons with special learning needs also have a higher risk of developing a mental health challenge. So I started working on that, and that's where I'm pushing it from now. But every now and then, I'm still called into an educational field where all my years and my knowledge and my expertise is still used. But I come with passion, I come with love, and I can see where the benefit is if we start the inclusive education, start ensuring that they get all the treatment they can. And I know in Jamaica, everything is surrounded in Kingston. So I'm happy I saw one of my students who are out in the country, and I go, yay, at least everything is not here in Kingston, and they can get some of the intervention out there as well. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Now, my journey to being a teacher actually started when I was in grade 9. And when I was in grade 10, I had a teacher, a visual arts teacher, by the way. Didn't do visual arts, but you know, I always befriended the teachers and all of that. And he told me he had dyscalculia and he needed to learn math. And in grade 10, I spent some time, you know, he said 1 hour per day whenever we arranged, and I would teach him math. And I, in that time, did not know what was happening, but all I know is that I was trying to make it very clear for him to understand. And it was after that that I decided to become a teacher. Not because of that experience, but because I know I needed a math degree. And when I got here at Shortwood, I came here and was learning everything. I came here with a purpose, and that was to get my degree so I can continue the course of my life, because I know that the rest of my life depended on that degree. And it was when I was in third year, when I went on practicum, I was assigned one of the worst classes in the school. And after interacting with the teacher who was in that class, I was told that the students are SEN students. That's what they called them there at the time. I don't know if that has changed. And SEN would mean pretty much special education needs, I'm assuming. Right. And when I started working with them, I had to learn about the IEPs, and I had to learn about the fact that they were diagnosed and what to do, like, different methods to accommodate them and all of that. I was not sure what I was doing. And immediately, when I was told that I was getting special needs students to teach as one of my classes, I called my lecturer at the same time and said, Miss, I don't know what I do. I don't know what I'm doing. It's a lecture in my department. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what to do. I don't know anything about special needs. I am lost. We are trained to teach an ideal classroom, especially as a student of the secondary level, teaching students at the secondary level. We're trained to teach students who are at that level. And so you don't know much about the diagnosis and all these things, And so she said to me, you'll be fine. The persons that are there are very experienced and all of that. I breathed, still a little nervous because I'm an overthinker by nature. But I went in anyway, tried to go in with an open mind. And when I went, the class was the worst class in the school for true. And nonetheless, I had to pivot. We learned about the 5V lesson plan model that didn't work for me. Right? It wasn't working for me, and I had to change everything. Again, I had to go back to the IEPs that, they told me what to do, different methods to teach them, so I had to use up the technology and engage them, because that's one of the things I love to do. I love to use the technology to engage my students and promote the critical thinking and all of that. And it's still very important because I don't think I just teach math. I have the pin right here somewhere, right? But I don't just teach math. I teach critical thinking, I teach reasoning, I teach logic, I teach all of that. And so I tell my students all the time, I'm not here to teach you math, I'm here to teach you how to use this thing up here in your head. And so it's still something very important to me, even though I'm working with students who are probably not at the academic level as a normal student, or at least that's what we think, all right? And that's something I had to learn. And I went to school every day doing practicum, being happy. Why? Because my students loved my classes. My students were learning. I had parents coming to me and saying they really appreciate the things that you're doing for my child because nobody's ever done that for them before. Pacing the learning. So that's one of the things I had to learn to do. Pace myself, pace their learning, and try to put it in chunks so that they can understand. So that's where my journey began, really, when I was here in my undergrad program. And it has been a fulfilling one for me in terms of the experience here. I'm really grateful that I was placed at Hillel because, honestly, I don't think that I would have understood entirely what I'm supposed to do because it's something I take with me. Even though I'm now in the public sector, I use those things every day, create a structure for my students because I think even students who are challenged in certain ways or who are higher in their academic level but are diagnosed with something or maybe even undiagnosed, I still have to create some structure that they can follow. And so that's pretty much my experience so far.
All right, we thank our panelists for sharing. And as you recognize, for each of them, the journey was different. And we are probably thinking, what is my moment? What was my moment when I recognized that I need to pay more attention to students with special needs? Audience, I'm going to let you know that there's a mic in the aisle if you wish to engage with the panel as they share with us their perspectives, questions that you need to ask, comments that you would like to make as we contribute to the conversation. Because one of the challenges that we received this morning from our Minister of Education is that out of this discussion, we need to put forward our recommendations. We are the ones in the classroom. We are the ones engaging. So what is it we need? What is it we are looking for? So we're going to ask you to engage with us when you have that kind of question or comment. The minister provided us with some alarming statistics, alarming for me, because she mentioned some numbers in the 2022-23 data, that there are 6,000 students, and this is just what was reported in the general education classroom, as Mr. Blake mentioned, it's the mainstream classroom, and 3,000 in our special education schools, but 1 in 30 students will be on the spectrum. So we are likely, as teachers, to engage, maybe not like Mr. Robinson, where you have an entire class, but you're likely to have a student or two in your classroom space. And so I'm going to really go back to Mr. Blake as he shared his experience having gone to Salvation Army School for the Blind, but then incorporated into the general education classroom at Calabar High School. What that was like for him, and what do you think our teachers now need to do in order to support our students?
Okay. All right. So, all right. And I'm going to try and make this as practical and as practical as possible. All right. So, going to Calabar, some of the things we need to know up front is that these teachers, I don't even think up to today when Calabar would have facilitated numerous students with special needs, particularly students who are blind and so forth, that they would have ever even employed a special educator. And if we go back, I was at Calabar from 93 to 2000. So you know, those days, I'm not even sure about the kind of exposure general education teachers would have had to special education. But what is very important, and I'm going to piggyback on, and I want us to think back to some of the things Mr. Robinson would have said, you know. We have to have the kind of mindset to at least try and do something for each student. And so going to Calabar, this is how I would have been treated. So being somebody who is blind, for example, most of the teachers would have realized that I would have needed to hear what was going on. So you had some teachers, for example, while they wrote on the board, they would have just verbalized what they were writing. You had in some instances, other students now would have been assigned to read what was written on the board, etc. So just some practical, basic, maybe straightforward thinking. I remember also during that journey, I would have also had some exceptional teachers. I remember my first form math teacher, when she was teaching me geometry, there were some of the things she used, for example, were just regular things that were in the classroom. So she gave me the chalk, for example, as the example of the cylinder, right, Mr. Robinson? Right. The example of the cylinder. The chalkboard duster at the time, when she was explaining what a cuboid was, she used a chalkboard duster. So I'm just saying, it's just for us to think about the needs of our students, the needs of our students primarily, but also, you know, we sometimes will also need to think about what our students' interests are, what our students' strengths are, etc. So that was some of the journey at Calabar, and I must say, just to polish it off, that I was pretty successful. I think I would have passed most of the subjects at grade 11, and then I would have matriculated for sixth form. And as they say, just to close, I don't want to be too long. The rest is history, I would say.
Can I jump
Certainly.
in there? So one of the things that I actually do as part of my job is to visit a lot of classrooms across Jamaica and give teachers recommendations of what to do. I generally think that as teachers, we just need to teach everybody as though they're neurodivergent. neurodiverse. That just should be how you naturally think. Instead of thinking that, oh, I'm only going to cater to the neurotypical students, just imagine when you walk into a classroom, everybody is neurodiverse and how you can personalize learning for everyone as best as possible. And as he clearly just pointed out, it really just takes a little bit of innovation. One example I saw in a classroom the other day, the teacher had these, you know, the little podiums that we use when we're voting, those little box things. She had 2 of those in the class, and I observed that there were children that just couldn't stay still. They were just getting up, walking up and down. So I said, okay, the next option for you is to just give this an option, just make it an option in your class that they can get up and stand and work at the podium. You already have the podium in the class, utilize that for those that can't keep still. And just make it a natural environment for movement. So consider how you can integrate movement for students. Consider how you can integrate those who are more artistic, how they can do assignments differently. From kindergarten all the way up to high school, it really is just about how you generally as a teacher perceive learners. And it's just very important, I think, to not, I often just hear us in our conversations separating them. If you just naturally think of everybody as different and needing different things, your lesson plans will come naturally.
Thank you. And I'm actually going to continue with you, and I'm going to also bring in Mrs. Banks in terms of from the parent perspective and the education system. How do you approach it? What are some of the things that as a parent you have to consider, conversations that you have to have with teachers? What is that like?
So I think as a parent, you really have to do the research. Unfortunately, in Jamaica, it's very hard to get help right away and find the right resources to support you. There's also not a lot of culturally relevant information. Everything is based in the United States. So you really have to get a good understanding as much as possible of what that diagnosis means for you. I always encourage parents to also think about what it means for their family. A lot of the time, it's not the child that needs to do the work, it's the parent needs to do the work on themselves. Like, how are you going to treat with your child? What is your understanding of this? And what does this just generally mean for how you move forward as a parent and as an advocate? So it's also difficult for parents because they have to now go to the school and be constantly advocating for their children and managing teacher relationships as well, because oftentimes teachers are like, we're burnt out, we have a lot on our plate, you have 30 odd children in your class, and this one parent is like, my child needs this, can you help me with this? So I think I always work with parents to help them to figure out how best to advocate with their current school situation. Every school is different, all the resources are different. So I think as teachers, for you, it's important to realize that they are also navigating a journey that oftentimes is in isolation. And just kind of, again, if you have the mindset of everybody is neurodiverse and I need to cater to each child, that also helps you to have a position of grace and understanding for the parents. And again, it is a learning journey. I think collaboration for neurodiverse students is extremely important. Understanding what is happening in the home as well as what's happening in the school to make sure that the communication is the same. Specifically, if you have an ADHD or autistic student, for example, the words that you use are very important. So if a parent at home is saying, I need you to focus, focus looks like sitting at the desk like this, and they're demonstrating that. That also needs to be translated in the classroom. So the teacher needs to understand what that looks like at home. So it is a partnership, especially when you have a special needs student.
Thank you. Before I go any further, I would like for us to be very cognizant that as a parent of a child she's on the autism spectrum, you have to be your child's first hero and advocate, because people take cues from you. How they see you deal with your child, they take cues from you. Now further, as a teacher, you are going to have to be your students' advocates. Some of you will have to advocate to their very parents, because as Miss said, some parents are in denial. I was in denial maybe for about 2 months, but then afterwards I said, this is not helping.
Some persons have been in denial for many years, and sometimes you as a teacher, you are the one who has to advocate for their own children. And so when we step into this classroom, you might be that child's hero, that child's advocate. Now, that being said, I want to say to us first, in-service teachers, our attitude sometimes is a reflection of, our thinking. And I have been a middle manager for quite some years in secondary education at a school with typical students. Now, I have been approached where children, sometimes it's just an accommodation that the parent is seeking. Someone would step to me and say, Shelly, what is he doing here? Now, if I had answered to say, boy, I mean, I know, know. But I answered and said, why shouldn't he be here? He did his GSAT or he got a transfer, whatever the case. Why shouldn't he be here? He is here. We are going to give him an experience that is on par with giving him an excellent experience to move him on to the next level. And so our discourse with even our colleagues, we have to have the mindset. So when your colleague comes to you and say, boy, I can't bother. We know that the lesson plans are due on Friday and Monday, and we know that the HOD is going to ask for them. We know that sports day is coming up. We know that JCDC, we know. But if you sometimes are not that child's advocate, who will be the advocate? And sometimes it's just for some simple things. Moving along, that being said, you are going to encounter some parents. When my child was first diagnosed and the recommendations were made for, he had a speech delay, he had some behavioral issues, the cost alone for speech and behavioral therapy, my husband and I would only be working to pay the therapists. And so we went to YouTube University. We bought the books, we did the research. As Miss said, the research is not locally based. And I'm telling you that if you as a parent, you don't have a thick skin or an armor, you will cry every day because of how some persons talk to you about your own child. Some people think that the behaviors that your child displays are a reflection of you and how you bring them up, which sometimes it's not. Sometimes every day, no matter how you try, you have one day when you're wondering if this is your child. Same thing in the classroom for the persons who are coming to enter the classroom. Sometimes you're going to wonder if it's the same child that you have been trying with. But I say to you, don't give up, because there is good in all of our students. And when I think of some of the success stories that I have experienced over the years, sometimes it's just a kind word. Sometimes the parents come to you because they have the world on their shoulders, so they come across very aggressive. I remember meeting with a parent at the start of school. She had gone to 7 and 8, and I'm at grade 9. I'm in charge of grade 9, and I said, I would like to have a meeting with you, She's like, a meeting? To explain why my child is the worst child? I said, no. And she says, nobody understands. I said, that's not true. She says, nobody understands. I said, I understand. And she quarreled with me. And I said, you know why I understand? And I told her about my journey. Then, and to this day, her child is now in university. And to this day, we still keep in touch because I have a vested interest in their future. So teachers who are coming, open your minds and your hearts to the students who will be in your care. And more than likely, at least maybe 10 of us in here, mothers or fathers, you probably will have a child, if you don't have one already, who will be diagnosed with something somewhere. And so you have to open up your mind and your hearts to come with the innovation that is needed to successfully pull through the students for their experience in life, because they have a right to the education and a right to not only education, but a quality education. And every single one of us in here as practitioners has a part to play in that.
All right, if I may interject here. I like some of the points that were mentioned, because as an in-service teacher and a recent graduate as well, it has been a little challenging sometimes because as a teacher, to be creative and put in the different accommodative measures to facilitate children like this, it can be a little hard. Because I had a student who was visually impaired in one of my classes. She just has her regular glasses, but you would not know that something is really wrong with her until she opens her mouth and say, "Sir, I cannot see the board," and she sits at the front of the class. And so she has to get up out of her seat and come to the board and write the notes off the board. And then, being the child's advocate, students start to make a fuss. And I have, because I'm very sensitive about these things too, because I have to now say, ladies, because I teach at all-girls school, so ladies, you cannot be like this. Sometimes they say some little things and you have to wonder where their mindset is coming from. And sometimes it's from the home. And so I have to now speak on behalf of the child because she can't speak for herself to defend herself because that's how they are treated. And that's it's very unfair to have them treated less than because they have something that is not necessarily normal to the rest of us. And so yes, we have to be the children's advocate and just be the advocate overall for persons with disabilities and special needs. Now the other thing that was mentioned by Mrs. Williams here was about doing the research. Parents need to do the research. I do agree, but the other problem is that some of our parents are ignorant. They are ignorant, or they are going through the same thing that the child is going through and don't know. They don't know what they're going through, and they're living with it all these years, and so they build up a wall against finding out more information. And so as the teachers that we are not just teaching our children, we have to also teach the parents. And so that means that we have to be open to learning, doing the research as the teachers, as the in-service and pre-service teachers, to learn more about these things. Because yes, I was thrown into it just at random, sort of, and I had to now learn more, so I had to be doing research on my own so I can learn, and so I can talk to the parents. Not every parent have the academical background like us as teachers, or even any tertiary level or any post-secondary level training. Not everybody has that. And so as teachers, we have to fill the gap by helping parents to understand what is going on. And so we have to be open to learning more as well.
Sure, I was going to bring in Dr. Daly on the conversation because you mentioned early intervention.
Yes.
But there is also the idea that the parents need to be a part of the conversation and become accepting of the challenges that the child faces, and of course, public education as well, so that we don't just look at them as being retarded, dumb, these terms that we usually use when we see children like this. So go ahead.
The socialization is an important thing because we hear that a lot of what we're seeing in society is a reflection of what's going on in the home, in the school, and everything. One of my things that I've always said to persons, because I was in teacher training as well, is that I would take an untrained teacher with heart over a teacher with training with no heart, right? There was a period in my training when I was training teachers where it was mandated that teacher education should be for persons who need special ed, because that was where the jobs were. And in that, there's a 3-year span when I saw teachers who were coming into special ed who did not have the heart. They were seeing, this is my paycheck in 3 or 4 years' time. And that was when I started losing hope in our city, in what was going to happen to our children. But there are quite a few who also came in after, who had that heart, who had that passion. And why I want a teacher with heart is that if you are placed in a situation where you know nothing of what they're asking you to do, and you know I should go home tonight, and even if it takes me 4 hours out of my sleep to research and to come up with something so that tomorrow when those children face me, I am in a better position. That's what we're looking for. So for all the teachers in here, you might not have done anything in special ed. I know we're moving towards that because I was a part of the micro program who decided that every teacher who will graduate from a teacher training institution should do at least one course in understanding exceptionalities, right? And over the years, I've seen the difference that that has made. And again, if you don't have the heart, that course will not help you. It's just another academic subject that you're doing. But if you have that heart space, it will help. If you have that heart space, you'll be able to relate to your parents. You'll be able to see where the parents are coming from, right? There are a lot of parents because, as I said, from a psychologist's perspective too, sometimes when I'm called to go into a school and I ask what the situation is, and they're naming out all the things that they said, did you ever stop to ask a child what is happening with you? And it's like, no, they just give trouble. Say, but you need to find out what is happening. And just one small case, which is what I said. A boy came into school one morning with a mango. He was eating it. He was late. It was devotions going through. And the teacher said, throw away the mango and go to your class. I was there not to see him, but to see somebody else. But I'm usually fast. I'm an advocate for everybody, special needs or not. If I see injustice, I'm going to jump in, right? So I was watching the situation, and he and the teacher was getting into some kind of struggle. And I went over there and said, what's going on here? He's supposed to be in devotion, and he's out here eating mango, and blah, 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 blah. And I said, 1 second, I turned to him and said, why are you eating the mango? He says, miss, I never have no breakfast this morning. I saw the mango on the tree when I was coming, and I pick it. And so when I come to school, I'm going to wash it. I said, you're going to deprive this child because he can go into devotion? Let him sit out here and eat the mango. You'll have a better day with him for the rest of the day, rather than taking the mango away. So that, to me, is what special ed is all about. You seeing that need and knowing that you need to fill that need. And each child is going to come to you different, right? A one-size-fits-all cannot work, right? You talk about the IEP, right? Now it's an individual learning plan we use here, right? But each child will need a different plan. You can have some general thing that they can all do, but each child will need a different plan. When I did the intervention, and I just remember that Shortwood practicing was one of the schools that we came to. The teacher was talking about a little girl who every minute she gets up and go to the board, every minute, and I want her to remain in her seat. And I sat there for 5 minutes and observed. And I realized that child was a tactile learner. She couldn't sit down and just copy. She had to go up there and feel what the teacher wrote and then came back and copied it in her book. And I said, what you might do is to move her seat. Put her in a position where it's not as intrusive, not as obvious that she's getting up and walking across rows of children to just change her seating and let her know that, okay, as soon as you go, or let her know that you're going to give her a chance to go up to the board. And that worked, right? So little things that we have to do. And as Mr. Blake had said, is not, you don't have to go out and get fancy things, right? The things you have in your classroom with a little bit of knowledge of what they need to have, how they need to use the things that they have. That is important. I keep telling persons that technology today get a bash because of COVID and all children want to be on the internet, but there are different things that technology can. It can give children who don't have a voice, right? It can give children who have a hard time writing, typing their work. And these are the places that we need to step towards now to ensure that our students are getting the very best of whatever they can get.
Can I just add to the discussion is that one of the things I found very useful is parents working with the parent from the get-go. So if you're going to plan, do your education plan, or you need to make the parent be a part of it so they know exactly what is starting school today or what is that the child needs to do so that they can be a part of the process. Another important part is that parents themselves, my colleague mentioned that they're ignorant. Remember, we have some parents who gone through with the undiagnosed. They have a disability, but it's just that it's not diagnosed. Also, one of the things I found out too is that you have parents who have their children and they are told that the child have a disability and there's no support program out there nowhere. I've had visit parents who just sit down and bawl because there's no support. The doctor just tell you and that's it, right? And so for that reason, some persons are still in denial. So even though their child is going to the special school, if you really sit and really have a conversation, you realize that they have not gotten over the fact that their child have a disability, and so that they can help you, both kinds of partnership, so that learning can take place. And have seen that happen where the parent, school, everybody come together and ensure that the child get the intervention that is needed, and the child can move on to the next level of their life. It's not a death sentence to have a child with a disability. It's just to ensure that we find the right intervention program, the right program. And as my colleague mentioned, it's not all one shoes fit all, right? So we have to bear that in mind. You have to get the parent involved. You cannot plan, do a lesson plan, and at home don't know what is happening, right? So bear that in mind. Family need to be a part of it as well.
I just want to make one quick addition, because I like to learn, and I would also like for you to develop a culture of learning. All that we have said here could be encapsulated. Have you ever heard about Bro-Friend-Brenner's ecological systems theory? Write that down, because every child is walking around with those circles around him or her, and we can learn so much from that. Bro-Friend-Brenner ecological systems theory.
All right. Audience, please don't be shy. The mic is there. But I'm going to just follow on with Mrs. Bennett with your work with the Special Olympics. The response of corporate Jamaica to individuals with special needs, what has that been like? Because we hear about how expensive it is to get the support.
Yes, it is. To get support from the local office would know what they do is to link with the national sporting body to get, but you know that the funding is not as where it should be. And so therefore, the Special Olympics would have to know, go to corporate companies to ensure that they get the funding that they need to run the program. Of course, we're not within Jamaica. Sometimes you'll get, it's not consistent, I should say, right? And so that's one of the things that the program itself, in its present stage, is lacking. We need, it needs corporate sponsor in a particular program, because the truth of the matter is that when our athletes go away, they do shine. The training is done. There's a manual that is used to teach them the different sports, the different skills in the sport. The rules of the sport is also important, because while they go away to participate, rules is important for them to know. And we find that when we have Special Olympics, a program that is all year round, meaning that training goes on, whether the coach is available on a Saturday, Friday evening, Tuesday evening, and so to teach them the skills. And I find that working with persons that the Special Olympics geared towards persons with intellectual disability. Now that there's somewhat a little changes where they involve other disability, but the main focus is persons with intellectual disability. And it is something that's repeated, and we know that working with persons with intellectual disability is a repeat, something that they do, and when they go, they do well. But right now, as it is, corporate funding is an issue. And I guess it's not only for Special Olympics, but other sports. Netball, football, everybody need money. And so that is something that we need to strategically work on to see if we can revive the programs and ensure that our athletes are out for training, right? Because back then, that was part of the mantra of Jamaica Special Olympics.
Thank you. We have an audience member with a question or comment.
Good morning. There we go. All right, good morning, panelists, and good morning, moderator. Comments first, and then suggestions. I have, in the last, say, 3-4 years, have become extremely aware of the need of special education around me. I didn't realize that it was so close to home. And so I have a number of friends who have been asking questions, some of them who did not ask questions. Are you able to hear me now? Great. So I have a few friends who I've been interacting with, some of whom are in denial. You know, they're not dealing with it very well, so they prefer to just pretend it doesn't exist. Others who have been reaching out, like doing everything they possibly can to get information. Now I'm looking at both and all those between the extremes, and I'm realizing one thing is missing: easy access. One of them, I journeyed with her through the process with the Ministry of Education, through pretty much everything. We have done everything. I don't know what we haven't tried. And we ended up at the place where she needed a shadow. And so the shadow was recommended through the ministry. But when we got to the classroom experience, we realized that the person was not trained. They had no clue what they were supposed to do. I became a little concerned because I'm thinking if I'm going through the ministry, I'd want to think the people we're getting or who are being recommended to us would be people at least with a basic level of training. So we had to get rid of that one and find somebody on our own. And again, as I said, the journey, I don't want to go through too much detail, but the point I'm making is when we go to the trusted sources, we're not getting the result that we're hoping to get. The question then is, what can we, since we're advocating, what can we change? How can we go about it? So even if it's a matter of just access to correct information or good help, the parents can get that. What can we change? How can we go about that? I don't know from the ministry perspective what we could do, but that was the user end feedback, right? What we were, persons who were interfacing with the ministry, that was what happened to us. May I suggest then, I don't know anything much about special education, but I'm thinking as someone who is always trying to help these parents, may I suggest a few things if you don't already have them. A possible helpline or some kind of Jamaica Connect website where, you know, if you know there are some persons who are gifted in this area, perhaps there's this one source we can go to and know, we see listing or names or contact information, some kind of one source place. How about volunteers, persons who can volunteer for training? I know I would definitely be interested in something like that, and I know many others who would have been able to, you know, give up their time and volunteer to do things like learning how to become a shadow or things like that, right? Short courses that you can take and get certified. I'm concerned about the assessment access as well, because some of them have been given dates way down the line, and we are wondering what do we do until then. So we are stuck with the stress of trying to figure out what do I do until this assessment is done. Group support, again, if you have this one source where there's one website and you have access to like a group, you can always visit a meeting somewhere and get that kind of support. And finally, I have a mother who I think is a fantastic educator and extremely young, full of energy. And she's home, retired. Why? Why don't we have some of our retired teachers who are willing to come back and help in this way? Nothing too hectic, but even just, you know, on a schedule, be able to assist with this. There are too many of them home sitting down, crocheting and tending to the gardens that when we could actually use them, at least even for the first 5 years after retirement, you know, ease them slowly back into retirement, but not just an abrupt work end. You know, that 5-year gap there could be beneficial to the special education program. That's right.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that contribution.
Okay,
Go ahead, Mr. Blake.
Okay, I'll attempt to answer some of these. It's a good thing my ACEO is here. She will back me up where I fall short. But first to say, I wish the minister was here to hear some of these things, because at the level sometimes that we sit, you know, there may be things that we are not able to address. I'm not sure if I remember all the points that you made, but just to speak, for example, about the shadow training, that we do have training. It's, however, gonna be difficult to train every single shadow every day of the week as they come. It's difficult. And therefore, sometimes, two things we do sometimes. We sometimes have the special needs coordinators do brief sensitizations, or even sometimes maybe one of the education officers. And we also provide in the shadow package a little orientation, I think there's an orientation documentation. The truth is, as I said, we cannot have a training every day of the week. And the need for shadows is something continuous, and therefore shadows are provided as the need may arise. All right, so it's not going to be possible to provide meaningful training on an ongoing basis like that. So that's the first. That's just the response to one of the questions. As I said, I may not be able to respond to all of them. Currently, one of the things we are working on is to try and build out our website, our web page. We have a page on the ministry's website. So persons, I think, if you go to the ministry's page, there is a link. And one of the things that we are trying to do is to build out additional resources and additional information on that page. As we are on the theme awareness to advocacy, I think some of what you would have said, I think you have touched some excellent points. But I also want us to rally us as individuals, because even the thing of support groups, for example, I needed to say one more thing about the shadow situation. But on the matter of support groups, that, for example, is an area that maybe persons, I don't think it requires the ministry, for example, to mobilize persons for a support group. The truth is we can't do everything. We can't do everything. And so some of these things where persons can chip in and do their part, it would be most appreciated. So things like support group, I mean, maybe we in the ministry can facilitate in some way, for example, in maybe helping to promote if something like this is available and so forth to our parent group. But the truth is, given our human resource situation, we won't be able to maybe address every solitary problem or every solitary challenge that presents. Finally, regarding the training of the shadows, one of the things we have also sought to do recently is to collaborate with Hard Trust. And I think this is also a program that is going to be built out more so that persons who are interested can actually get trained to be shadows. And hopefully, over the years, out of this, we will have a cadre of persons that we can choose from so that, situations like you spoke about, is something that will be very far and few in between, if any at all. So that's my response to the things that I remember of the long list you have. But finally, feel free, because we are welcome to feedback like this. Feel free to send us an email. It's specialedu@moey.gov.jm. And we have a booth here. So visit our booth, get our contact information, and let us keep the dialogue. Let us keep the dialogue going. All right? Thank you.
Excellent. I hope we got that email address. All right, let's go again.
Go to the booth. Go to the booth. We have a booth. We have a booth. So go to the special ed units booth, and you can get, I'm sure you'll get contact information as well as much more information. Maybe even goodies are around there. The ACEOs should be here, So, maybe surprises are around there.
All right, we have a question or comment?
Before.
Just before?
Yeah, before. I'm going to address the of support and also of assessment. All right, for support, remember a lot of the exclusive special ed schools were started by parents, right? They were the ones, so the association. So Jamaica Association on Intellectual Disability, they are one of the areas that work with children with autism as well as children with intellectual disability. And we also have the Jamaica Autism Support Association. They run their support group. and they offer certain things. We can't offer everything, but say there are support. I also now work with the University Hospital of the West Indies, and you know there's a child and family health clinic, and you have a child guidance clinic. That's places where you can get support. All right? So a lot of time is just for you to know where it is. And I said, if you are new to the area of special ed, it can become daunting. All right? But Mrs. Bennett also worked with Jamaica Council for Persons with Disability, who you could call there and they'll be able to direct you sometimes to where you can get that kind of help. Yes, on the thing of assessment, I do assessment privately, and I do them with part of the University Hospital of the West Indies. So part of my job is to help to diagnose children who have special learning needs, children who have major kind of any special disorders that they might have. And there are times we don't have enough persons. When I started 20 odd years ago, nearly 30 years, to do assessment, we had few. We have many more now, right? But however, we have to also be careful of where you go. I know Mr. Blake will tell you there are certain places the ministry will say, these are places we take assessment reports from. Because when you ask, you're to get a psychoeducational assessment or a diagnostic assessment. When the kids are below 6, I prefer to do a diagnostic assessment because usually I'm seeing them for persons who I think they're on the spectrum. That's most times. Or children who are not speaking at the level that they should, right? Or they're not understanding what is being said to them. But to me, they're too young at that point to do a psycho-ed on because they're not yet exposed to a lot of things that the psycho-ed is going to ask you to do. And the assessment is a snapshot of that particular day when the child comes. Because I've had parents who say, but when he's at home, he does this, this, and this. And I say, but when he's here with me, I have to be writing what I see. I can write in the report that the parent or child is capable of this, this, and this. However, on the day that the child is with me, this is what I am seeing. So we have to ensure. But there are people who have called to my office. I now have like a 3-month waiting list for persons who need assessment. But what I try to do is to engage your parents and say, okay, diagnosis is not the most important thing right now. It's the intervention. So if your child is not speaking, here are some things that you can do to help them with improving speech. Have conversation with them, label things with them. Everybody will just try and do things with them. If they're not following instructions away, then as soon as you give them an instruction, you walk them through the instruction. There's a principle I learned from my special ed called errorless teaching, right? And I say, sometimes what we do, and it's a Jamaican thing, we ask you a question and wait for you to mess up so we can correct you. So I said, no, don't wait for them to mess up. Ask them a question. You wait about 3 to 5 seconds. If there's no response, then you let them know how they should respond, right? Rather than sitting down there waiting for them and you realize the child have no clue what you're asking. But these are little things that you can do with them. If it's reading they're having a problem with, you said, okay, I might not be the best reader, but guess what? I can label everything in this house so they can learn these are words and this is what the words mean and words have meaning, right? And then you engage them. People are bashing AI. I have a 7-year-old daughter who is not reading well. And when the teacher send home the spelling word, I copy them, put them in AI and I say, create at a grade 1 level sentences to make a story with 5 questions, and it gives it to me every time. So we repeat that. She repeats the words. We read them. We do that. We do comprehension. We do lots of things. And I said the sight words are one of the most important things. Math, the same thing. We count everything that we can see, right? A lot of people don't talk about the math disability, but it's also there, all right? They have to learn. And this new demon, Mr. Blake called PEP, that performance task, I'm telling you, in grade 4 when I was introduced to performance task, and I said to somebody, I know why it is baffling me so much. Because I'm trying to put 30 years of education to answer a question that needs only 1 year of understanding. So I let my child tell me what the teacher say, and then we try and work through it. But we have to be able to ask them to do this, and the parents have to work with them. Not all parents can, but as you said, there are retired teachers out there. A lot of basic schools were started on people's veranda. Why? Because the schools weren't out there to send the kids. The same thing. So children who need support, look in your community. When I finished my master's degree and came back as a psychologist, nobody was hiring psychologists in the way I was. So I actually volunteered at 2 or 3 children's home as a tutor because I had time on my hand. Later that time went, but I mean, that was some of the things. Find people who can assist and do that to help out.
Well, I want to just comment on the shadowing situation that we mentioned. And I don't know if my response is going to be appropriate, but I've worked in classrooms where there are shadows or supporting teachers, depending on what you want to refer to them as. And one of the problems that I find as the main teacher, and I teach math, as I said before, so you know it's one of the core areas that require support, and Ms. here just mentioned that. And one of the things I find is a problem is that, and we can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm open to learning, but I think our special education programs don't necessarily go through that specialist content that is necessary for students who need intervention with numeracy skills, particularly at the secondary level. Because when you speak to some of the teachers, because what I have to do is send the lesson plans to them, and it's not an issue to send them, but sometimes you wonder, are they actually being is it beneficial to the students? Are they getting the pedagogical approaches that are necessary for addressing the issues when the shadow should be providing a one-to-one or personalized experience for the student? And so I can understand, and I hope that is an extension of what Ms. Bethune just asked, because that's something that we need to work on, ensuring that our special education programs facilitate the development of students' numeracy skills, particularly up to at least grade 9, because I'm aware that that's, as far as I've seen it rather, the special education support goes up to. I find that primary specialists are employed in the secondary schools where the NSC pathway 1s, 2, and 3s are taught, and what the primary specialists have to do at that level is to provide a similar support to special needs students who are undiagnosed, by the way, and provide that same skills. And I know that at the primary level they do all the different general subjects, and so they can provide some assistance in that regard, but what about the persons who are trained for special needs? So that's somewhere that I think we need to also look at as well.
Thank you, panelists, for sharing.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed, of course. First, I must say I am really happy for this forum today, because for far too long, special needs recognition has been somewhat to the sideline or under-recognized. I remember growing up at the primary level, we didn't hear anything about special needs. You know that a child is handicapped or retarded, and those were the reference then, you know. So I'm really happy that this has happened today, and what the moderator said this morning, that this is the birthday of many more, and I'm really looking forward to see more coming up, because I see that all of the panel members share the common view of it is not a one-size-fits-all. But if we notice, and for those of us who are in the classroom, the education system in Jamaica is designed as a one-size-fits-all. And as teachers, we now have to come out of that box to ensure that we no longer looking straight forward at the one-size-fits-all, but to ensure that we have an inclusive classroom. I must say that for teachers, we have to be vigilant, right? So to identify some of the challenges that the students come with, we have to be vigilant. So Sir would have mentioned that he had a student with visual impairment. Now, sometimes a teacher may just move the child from one place to the other and say, oh, sit there, because maybe you just got, without thinking that there's something underlying in there. I remember I had a situation at my school, and my colleagues and I, we said, no man, something is wrong. And what we did, we had a career day, and we invited persons who would do eye testing. And can I tell you that we were able to recognize that some of the students who were challenged in some way, really, it is because they're really not seen properly. So we have to be careful how we operate as teachers and ensure that we are vigilant as well, too. I noticed too that the Minister of Education herself mentioned in her big book thingy that there's help coming for people with special need. I would really wonder and really ask persons to pay attention. Could we train parents from the prenatal and the postnatal state? The same way I would advocate that every parent do something in early childhood education, so you have an understanding. I would advocate for parents to be trained at that level, so you have some basic knowledge as to what to look out for. Mind you, as you go along, spectrum on things change, but we can have a basic knowledge on some things, and it wouldn't seem so ignorant to some persons, because believe it or not, we have parents who are living in denial and will live forever in denial. But how do we treat with that, right? And lastly, of course, yes, just to ensure that as teachers, my colleague there said that teachers must have a heart for this. And of course, I tell my colleagues I don't have bad days. So whatever challenges come with me in the classroom today, work through it, and tomorrow I'm brand new to face the students. And whatever they come with, try my very best to ensure that I take them a step up. Thank you.
Thank you. We hear the passion with which our educator would have shared. I see a student standing. I see another person making their way to the mic. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. I have a question for the panelists closest to Dr. Gale's right.
Mrs. Williams.
So, Miss Williams. I apologize for not remembering the name.
Go ahead, Mrs. Williams.
So, initially you had mentioned PODS program that was implemented.
PODS school?
Right. I am fascinated by the end result of that program, and you mentioned how it helped neurodiverse students to not just scrape through, but they were able to excel in their exams. Now, my questions, out of sheer curiosity, what were some of the strategies used for the PODS programs, and what are some of the steps that were taken to enhance their learning experience?
Okay, so I think, as I had mentioned earlier, collaboration is extremely important. So not all schools can do this, but every other Sunday I would meet with my teachers to find out what we would call every child's name and find out what's going on with them, how are the lessons customized for this child, and how are we supporting them. We also had an open door policy for meetings, parent coaching meetings. So clearly I'm a coach, so that is very important. So the teaching of the parents, this is what we're doing with your child. What's going on at home that can support this. Oftentimes I would always joke and say, man, I've become like a therapist, because you know, what happens at home really does affect the child in the classroom, and so there was oftentimes a lot of mediation. So that parent-teacher collaboration is extremely, that is the #1 thing when working with neurodiverse families, children. Again, as my colleagues pointed out, oftentimes the parents are also neurodiverse, and they have not been diagnosed, they do not know. Oftentimes that's how adults get diagnosed, because they've found out now their children have it, so clearly there must be something going on. So oftentimes the parents need that support. So that, I think, is #1. Secondly, again, small classroom sizes was what was unique to our model as well, because it's very hard to teach, you know, as they pointed out, a class of 30, which is why I said teach everybody like they are neurodiverse and not neurotypical. That once you have that mindset, it unlocks so much more things. So what we did was look at what that child's unique needs were and made the lessons appropriate for them. My colleague here pointed out, guys, use ChatGPT or any other AI. It's not gonna kill you. Throw your lesson plan into the thing, and how can I customize the lesson for the child who has this particular need?
All right, just before the students run off with ChatGPT, use it responsibly. Fact check the information that it's been produced. You are still the more knowledgeable other in the situation.
Okay, I suppose that's a sensitive topic, my apologies. No, but truly, if you use it properly and wisely, I can tell when one of my students has cheated and used it. There are ways to customize your prompts and do your research accordingly to ensure you're getting the information. But it is extremely helpful. So on the part of the university or Shortwood Teachers College, courses in using AI is extremely important for our teachers in this day and age because our children are going to use it. So, you know, so my view is to empower you to use it properly.
Just before, our colleague in red, I think was next in line. Go ahead, and then we'll take the student.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to share that I have taught special needs in the Middle East for a number of years. And coming back to Jamaica, it has really been a daunting experience trying to fit my experience and knowledge into our system. But I am very passionate about special needs. And I think it's very important to have heart. If you don't have the heart, the knowledge will not help you. So I am right now trying to put together a list of, okay, another thing is I'm one of those retired teachers who is working with special needs, because this is my passion. I just need to find out. I was very encouraged by hearing that there are other places that children can be assessed, and I need that information. Also, I need the information on the support groups we can find, because I have some very frustrated parents who don't know where to go. And the other thing is the shadow teachers. I would beg of Jamaica, please. We need shadow teachers with heart. I have experienced so many shadow teachers who don't know what to do. They are scared. They are inappropriately dressed. They don't know what to do, and they are trained, but they need to have the heart.
Thank you.
Good. Good afternoon, all protocols observed. I just have one question for us upcoming teachers who have started and who is to start Teachers College. How can us as new teachers stay informed about the educational policies that affect our classroom and our students?
Excellent question. I don't know which of our panel members want to take it.
All right. I think I maybe could take this one on because I like to learn and I'm always seeking out information. And so there are several ways that you can, the internet you are living, it's there. It's there. You just have to know where to ask. Our professional organization, do we still have student membership, Ms. Dr. Smith? Student membership, you can join the Jamaica Teachers Association as a student. I know years ago we had a discounted rate because I joined the JTA from my days at MICO in about 2001, and we are now in 2025. And so the trends are going to change, but as a student teacher, when you get into the classroom, you're not ever going to have an ideal situation. You may not be in a private institution where the class size is 15 or even 20. You may be in a situation at my school where the average class size is 40. And you're going to have maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 students who may be undiagnosed and perhaps they are not being offered any support from anyone in their ecosystem. And so you as a teacher, teaching, let me tell you, teaching, you cannot be a teacher and you don't like to learn. Because my 22 years, I can tell you when I meet my students from 20 years ago, they're like, Miss, how do you do it? You have to keep up with the times, both in person and with the research. And as I am speaking about inclusion and all of that, I want all of us here, both pre-service teachers and in-service teachers, to view inclusion not as a noun, but as a verb. We have to be very deliberate about inclusion. Can you imagine someone having a wedding and they invited you the day of the wedding? Are you going? But they say you have to go. And so you show up because perhaps their mother forced them to invite you to the wedding. And so you turn up to the wedding and your mother says that you have to go so you don't make the family look bad. And you're there at that wedding. The persons who are having the wedding don't really want you there. You don't think that you belong there because you got the invitation this morning. Sometimes inclusion looks like that. Somebody says that this child ought to be in here because we speak of, have you ever heard about the least restrictive environment? Right. So somebody says that because of the least restrictive environment, this child ought to be there. Now, pre-service and in-service teachers, it is your job, it is your duty to ensure that that child does not feel like the unwanted guest. The environment needs to be in a way that they feel welcome. Remember that the goals, the products of their interaction with you are going to be different from the typical students. But as long as I think you keep up with the research, which we know that we don't have a lot of local reference, keep up and be active in your professional organizations from the get-go. And I'm sure that even with collaboration with even your peers and your more seasoned persons, you will navigate and even innovate in this Jamaican education system.
Just to add to what my colleague just mentioned, you also have the Disability Act. Disability, I think that your first-year student or in train, you need to know about the Disability Act. That what it speaks to. There's a section that speaks to education. Also, within the Ministry of Education, do you know that there's a special ed department? Right? My colleague here is from that department, and there's also a draft policy. And quite recently, I went to a workshop where they're looking at the standard. So these are some of the things that you would need to know as to guide you. And another thing came to my mind to tell you that, okay, you're doing special education, but you need to know about who are the persons that you're thinking of teaching. Who is somebody with an intellectual disability? Who is a deaf person? Who is somebody that is blind? You get me? When you have an understanding of who are the persons in the future you're going to be teaching, I think it would better equip you. It would better equip you when you write a lesson plan, right? And the different areas that we talk about dyscalculia, what it is. So when you know about it, going into the field, you will appreciate the lectures. You will appreciate doing the research when you have the background knowledge of what you're doing, which include the policy that exists in the different areas. All right, thank you.
Right, I have been given the wrap-up signal, so I'm going to ask our colleague on the floor to go ahead to share your question or comment, and I'm going to ask the panelists just to consider what is your 30-second takeaway that you want to leave with us this morning as we put this all together as we make recommendations, certainly, to advance education system.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, panelists. All right, so this morning we were charged to give suggestions. So not just the complaints that we always have, but suggestions. How about some workshops with the teachers? Because I suggested having courses with the in-service teachers, but the times might clash. So I'm suggesting that we have some workshops. We're in the field and we are seeing the children with the exceptionalities coming in more. If you have a grade of 90, I'm a middle manager. If you have a grade of 95, you are seeing at least 30 or 40 of them. And this is no joke because I have done my research. I've been doing it for the past 3 to 4 years. I'm seeing them. Right? So I'm suggesting that some workshops will be done. I'm seeing we have some very learned persons and experienced persons on the panel. So we want to reach out to you and ask that you have some workshops. But we did mention the parents, and they are a key part of the problems that we are having, and they are stakeholders. So when we have the PTA meetings, instead of talking about who not paying the school fee and who not doing this and who not doing that, I'm suggesting that we get some of these persons to come in Talk to the parents, because some of them are scared. Some of them outright don't want to deal with it, but some of them are scared and they really need help. And with the long waiting list and all of that, it's getting to them. So I'm suggesting workshop with the teachers, because we normally have to deal with behavior modification with a so-called normal classroom, but then we have at least 5 or 6 of these persons in your classroom. You are tired at the end of the day. And guess who gets them when they are doing that to the teachers? Go to the supervisor. So I have to take them, put them in my class, try to calm them down, and I have some of them. So I'm asking that even if we can't get courses, because it's going to be how we're going to get the money and the funding and all of that, have some workshops with teachers, parents. We know we can't reach the parents all the time, so go into the PTAs and do some work. There is also another thing that's on this fair. It's called ODD, Oppositional Defiant Disorder. Colleagues, they are fighting us. They are hitting us. And when I say us, I'm telling you, I got it. I have a boy, and everybody that opposes him, even if he wants to go outside and you are saying, no, you went already, he beats you up. So there is that new one that's coming on, and we need strength. We need help. My teachers need help. So we have to work together. It's not just to say today and it was a good day, but it's coming, and we are seeing them more and more. And we can't wait until they reach grade 2 and grade 3 to do the testing. It needs to be done now, and it needs to be mandatory that these tests are done. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to start from my left and come around.
So
your 30-second takeaway.
So my takeaway and my recommendations is that we ought to be looking at the 3 Ps: the people, the processes, and the product. We have to look at the people, the teachers, the parents, the community, the processes, the curriculum implementation, all of those things, the courses that these teachers in training are doing. And then the product. What is it that we want from the framework and ecosystem of our education system? To just address quickly my colleagues' concerns, I personally stand ready to assist, and I'm sure that a professional organization stands under ministry. Perhaps we could look at it at a district level or a parish level, and then we can have the kind of pod learning for our teachers and our parents. And I say to you, especially teachers in training, just come, because you are going to be the thought leader, the knowledge leader, the skill leader in the room. You are no longer the sage on the stage. You are now the guide on the side. Thank you.
Okay, so for students, well, the journey has just begun, right? Or for some of us, we are in the journey. One takeaway would be work with your parents. Parents can make teaching life a little easier, and they also can make it hard. Especially for those with special needs, you need your parents. You need to create that balance. And when I say work with parents, I don't need that parent need to know that to come to your yard or to call you or whatever, but as it relates to your students, they are a great stakeholder into the community of persons with disability, as well as within the school environment. And another takeaway would be plan. If you don't, what the saying says, if you don't what? If you don't plan, you plan to fail. So you have to do the plan. They have to do the plan, because the thing about it, we have our students coming to the classroom, and even though they have special needs, they're coming to see what is that you have for them to do today. And if you don't have anything for them today, then that's when they get, you know what I'm saying, you get idle, and they get themselves involved. So I know sometimes to do the lesson plan, because I remember when I was I was like, oh my God, I have to sit down and plan. But as my colleague says, that you have various platforms that you can use it responsible, and use it wisely. But remember to plan, and also ensure that your parents are with you right through. All right, thank you.
Mr. Blake?
Okay. I'm being heard, right? Yes. Okay. All right, so let me say thanks to all who have shared, all the persons who have asked questions. The dialogue has been good. What I'd ask persons to do again, where we have a booth, a special ed unit has a booth around the back. I would love, well, I would love, we would love your feedback as much as we are involved in whatever way, in whatever area we are involved. If you have some feedback, some suggestion, some comment, it is welcome. So I want to say that first and foremost up front. I want to say also that change is a process. And a lot of times, you know, a lot of things that would have been said, there are things that would have been said that we are aware of, and there may be things in train. But, you know, change is a process, and change can take some time. So I want to also put that on the table. The last person from the audience who shared should have mentioned about available support, and I hope Dr. Daly will speak more to that in her 30 seconds about the ODD, etc. But the special ed unit, we are available. We are available to support with workshops, both for teachers, and we have even participated in parent training activity. What we would need though, we think that in a case like is being mentioned, maybe it is something that we would have to rely on you to facilitate in terms of mobilizing the parents, that kind of a thing. You know, and I'm sure somebody would be willing to share. My 30 seconds are going, but yes. It's very instructive. Allow me a little more, man. It's very instructive that we are here at Shortwood Teachers College, though, and I'd also want to rally Shortwood Teachers College as a training institution to see how they can also, and I should say we can also get involved in addressing some of the existing deficits where, you know, that may be addressed by training, you know, some micro courses, for example, or maybe some things we can think about, and all of that. All right, yeah, that's my 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Okay, for me, mindset is everything. For the future teachers out there, I think you need to take some time to really think about if this is truly for you and the heart that you're going to put behind it, and know that your journey can look very different. When I started out as a teacher, by my senior year, I knew I did not want to be in the classroom, but I had to spend time to figure out what that would look like after I spent all of this money, right? So take some time to think about what your mindset is and how you're going to step out into the world to support these audiences. Secondly, I did receive a grant last year and built out an entire platform for the thing that the lady in the yellow said, you know, having a directory, courses on there for families, all of that's ready to go and build. So I would love to encourage a special education unit to respond to my emails. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's mine.
Thank you. Dr. Daly?
All right, thank you. We can never say enough about it takes a village. So this is the village where we're looking at. We need to have persons who are there to support. We have persons who are on the ground. We have to make sure you know where to find the help that you need. So her platform would be a wonderful thing, right? Recently I emailed the ministry just to ask her, right across Jamaica, where are all the special ed units that you have? Because I said I do assessments, and they're not all coming in to me from Kingston. So I need to be able to say, okay, if you are from Clarendon, this is where you can get help. If you're from Manchester, so that's one good place for you to start. Remember to look out for the different associations, all right? For the children that she mentioned about oppositional defiant disorder, it's not just new. It just reared its head after COVID. And I've been pushing, we need to put more into social, emotional learning at the basic and kindergarten level. Because what we do a lot of the time is to try to jump in to crisis manage. But if we start a base where all children are learning how to socialize, how to handle their emotion, how to be emotionally intelligent, then this is something that was going to spill out. And the way I envision it, is also while you're teaching them, we're teaching teachers and their parents, because a lot of us have been through traumas. My childhood, I thought was idyllic, I thought was the best. But as an adult, when I went into counseling, I realized that, hey, I had a lot of trauma as well, and I had to learn to deal with that. So we need to start out from the earliest stage to encourage our children, to let them know how to socialize, how to encourage each other, how to be able to walk away from fights, right? Because these are the things. And a lot of children, oppositional defiant disorder, the University of the West Indies Child Guidance Clinic, the one by Slipen Road, Glen Vincent Clinic, there are people, places where it won't cost you a lot to do. But you can also go private to find people who will work with these children. But this is where, that's my 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
All right, so my colleagues beside me here kind of took everything that I want to talk about. But in extension, yes, work on our mindsets. So start with yourself. You know, teaching is an art, and it requires the heart to do it. And so you have to start working on yourself, work on what's inside. You can't treat people with different abilities, people with exceptionalities, and people with disabilities as if they are not humans. So work on yourself, right? Take some courses. Take the initiative, go read something. You understand me? Read something. One of the students asked a question about how we can stay updated. Read. The Gleaner is there. They say some stuff sometimes. There are research out there. It may not be local, but they're still relevant. Read something. Take the initiative, and again, use your heart. All right? That's pretty much it.
All right. I know we've overstayed our time, but the discussion has been rich, and I'm sure that we are, for some of us, more aware, but I think we need now to move from awareness to advocacy and action. And that is where we want this discussion to drive us to a place where we are now engaging with our stakeholders, all stakeholders in the education system, to see how we can get to a state and space where our students who are differently abled are welcomed and accommodated in our classroom. So thank you, audience, and thank you to our panelists.
All right, that was an engaging, thrilling, and rich discussion, and we really appreciate our panelists and our moderator for so ably guiding us through this discussion. And at this time, I know, as Dr. Gale would have mentioned, we have overstayed our time quite a bit, but we just want to hand our token of appreciation to our panelists and transition right into lunch as quickly as possible. We have our tokens. Our first panelist will be Mrs. Banks. We would present her with her token. Let me come. Mrs. Elliot Norman will be presenting Mrs. Banks with her token. We thank you so much for your insights. Oh, we have extra tokens, sorry. Right. And this is complimentary of the Jamaica Teachers Association. Thank you so much. We now invite Miss Jacqueline Bennett from JCPD to receive her token. It's okay. Thank you. We now invite Mr. Blake. Mrs. Ebanks will escort Mr. Blake to center stage. And we really want to highlight something very important as we speak to awareness and advocacy, inclusivity. Mr. Blake's token has a braille note on his bag. Yes. He is able to receive the same feeling and treatment as every other panelist. Yes. So he knows exactly what is in his bag, and there is an extra letter of appreciation brailled inside the bag. Yes. And we give him a moment to share. You want to say something, sir? Oh, inclusivity. You deserve it. And we have to demonstrate what we want our students to do in the classroom. And so our next panelist we invite is Mrs. Singh Williams to collect her token. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Dr. Daly is up next. Wonderful. She actually taught me when I was doing my master's in special education. Very, very memorable moments. I still have my coursework pieces even up to today. Yes, very, very, very lovely lady. Thank you so much. And our second gentleman on the panelist, Mr. Robinson. Yes, thank you so much for taking the time, traveling from so far to be with us today. We invite our moderator to take center stage as we show her our appreciation for so ably guiding us through the discussion this afternoon. And after our moderator, we also invite Miss Alison Hines for giving us an introduction of our panelists this afternoon. Yes, Miss Hines. And for those of us who did not know, Miss Hines and I were classmates doing our masters together at the MICO. And Dr. Daly lectured us both. Yes. So for those who didn't know that. Yes. And so participants, we thank you for your patience, your time. As it relates to lunch, you will be escorted to the designated areas for lunch. And if you wish to return to the hall to have your meal, that is also fine. So just remain seated and the ushers will come to you and take you to your designated areas. Well, given the time, maybe we can eat in 30 to 45 minutes, if not earlier.